out during the expo next door. We're going to get started in just a couple minutes. We've got a few more folks coming in the back. I want to wait till everybody's in so we get started. Ruidoso High School in beautiful Ruidoso, New Mexico, where we are honored to host residents for an event we in the executive branch of government call Cabinet in Your Community. We bring the leadership of the executive branch of state government and its resources to the communities in which they serve. And last night we were visiting with your neighbors up in Mescalero, and this afternoon and this morning we're honored to be here with you today in beautiful Ruidoso, New Mexico. My name is Benjamin Baker, and I am honored to work at the Office of the New Mexico Governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham. I am humbled to serve her in a capacity where I make advisements relative to public safety, and I'm grateful to be able to be the MC for you this afternoon in this important community engagement. I'm going to start by addressing the empty chair in the center of the stage right here, because as you'll see, there's a name tag for Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham. She's not sitting in that seat yet, but I'm going to tell you she's going to be here in a few minutes, and she wanted me to let you know as she was traveling back from visiting Senator John Arthur Smith in Deming, New Mexico, who is in poor health. She was here overnight, she was here this morning, and she will be joining us momentarily. And so we will likely stop some of the production so that the governor can say a few remarks when she does arrive to meet us, but we wanted to make sure we were mindful and respectful of this community's time and got started promptly. So expect to see her coming in, and when you see her, expect to hear from her as well. So that is why that seat is empty today. We got a few thank yous that I think are really important here. We have many elected leaders, we have many community members, we have many public servants to thank. And so I'm not going to name each of them individually. You guys in this community know each other far better than I will at this point. But there's a couple folks. We want to thank the mayor, who's going to deliver some remarks here in a minute. We're going to thank the superintendent for hosting us here at the school district, which I think is excellent and fitting. I'm going to thank the men and women of our public safety and law enforcement communities, who I see in the back, and I see a couple of our law enforcement leaders, I see members of our New Mexico State Police. So if you are a city, municipal, village, county, or state elected leader and official, we want to express our gratitude for your attendance here today, your leadership in this community, and a quick round of applause for those folks in attendance, please. Thank you very much for that. Additionally, and equally important, the incredible staff here at Ruidoso High School. Hardworking men and women that work here prepared this venue and all of the infrastructure and all of the minutia that goes into putting on an event of this size, particularly across the street, down to making sure that you could hear us and we can hear you when we get to the important part of this community engagement for this town hall. So thank you, Ruidoso Public Schools. We have a bunch of cabinet secretaries and leaders from the New Mexico executive branch of government up here on the stage, and in a few minutes they're going to introduce themselves by their name and the cabinet to which they represent. And the reason why that's important is because we want the folks in the audience to be able to know who is receiving the information that they will raise, who will be answering the questions that this community has about state government. So In summary, we have CYFD, Healthcare Authority, Environment, Superintendent of Insurance, Indian Affairs, Workforce Solutions, Health, Public Safety, Corrections, and others. I want to say a special thank you to the men and women serving in the United States military, and especially our veterans. If we could have a round of applause for those two groups, please. Very important to this community is I want to welcome and express gratitude for those who have focused their efforts on fire and flood response and recovery efforts, particularly acknowledging the state disaster case managers who are seated at the back of the room in gray shirts, who are the direct embedded conduit to this community during this unprecedented time. And last, but by no means least, welcome to the citizens of New Mexico, the citizens of Lincoln County, and the Ruidoso area. Thank you so much for your attendance, and I think you deserve a round of applause as well. Why we are all here for this town hall purpose, we have traveled state for the last several months. We've been to Farmington, Shiprock, Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Espanola, Clovis, Portales, Gallup, Carlsbad, Las Cruces, Taos, and as I mentioned last night, we were with your neighbors in Mescalero. During that travel, we have seen an incredible outpouring of interested community members offering their insights, experiences, and perspectives related to precisely what is happening within their communities. We are excited and eager to engage in the same respectful, constructive discourse, moving us closer to our shared goals of a safer, more prosperous New Mexico to live, work, and raise our families in. Before we launch too far into the discussion, I want to acknowledge and recognize a couple of people that are critical to our communications team. Off to my left, your right, you will see Santana Chavez and Katrina Montoya from RGC Access that are providing American Sign Language translation in real time. A round of applause for those folks. Additionally offered for the purposes of this town hall, a simultaneous Spanish language interpretation is provided by Denise Garcia, Naomi Todd-Reyes, and Anna Nunez from the Juniper Language Services. Thank you to both groups for making sure our message reaches everyone. So at this time, I'm going to introduce the superintendent of the Ruidoso School District to offer a few remarks, and then she's going to invite your mayor to come lead us in some opening remarks, and then we'll move to the cabinet. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you. My name is Becca Ferguson, Superintendent of Ruidoso Municipal Schools. I just want to thank everybody for being here today on behalf of our 1,780 students, parents, and our 232 staff members. As you all know, that we have been affected this summer by the fires and the subsequent flooding, and we appreciate the opportunity today to host the governor and the cabinet members. It is an honor to have you here today, and I just thank you very much. And so with that, I'm going to hand it off to Village Mayor Lynn Crawford.
Thank you, everybody. It was good to see you. We were hoping we'd have about 10 times this amount of people. I think we got more people representing the state sitting back here. So this is your tax money being earned right now. Okay? So many of these people we've got to know very well. We started out real slow. It's good to see General Aguilar over here wave. General. Right when the fire was going on, he and his guys showed up. So it was a big benefit to us to see these guys roll into town, helping us with the things that were at hand. So these folks are here to answer your questions, so do not be shy. We still have a lot of issues. Please be kind. We have our county folks here. We have County Commissioner Mark Fisher. Raise your hand, Mark. And then we have the chaos manager, as he always says, Randall Camp, the manager of the county. So again, we have a lot of things to cover. I want to thank the Municipal League of New Mexico for providing the money to pay for the hamburgers and hot dogs, and hopefully that you did get some of those. So many of you out here in the community we've already met. We know we still have a lot of issues, a lot of ways to go, and boy, don't we know it. But these are the folks that have ran the front line, that have helped us coordinate with the bureaucracy that is miles and oceans deep. But I am happy to say that we are making progress. And I know a lot of you out there can see that. So we want you to be aware of those things. We want you to understand that we are in constant communication with these folks, not just them, but some of the FEMA representatives that we have here in the audience with us now that have been a lot of help to so many of you. So again, we have a long way to go. And again, do not be shy. Let's just be polite. We have a lot of concerns. We're going to get the highway ski run road open, so you can thank the DOT and the Secretary of DOT sitting right up here. Wave, Ricky. That's the boy. He's been very helpful because we were told at first it was going to be, December before we could even get started on that. So he jumped into high gear, got his people here, and we're going to have that highway open. Now then, we start at the mountains. We run all the way through the village with all the devastation that we've had from the fire, the floods. And I'm not leaving out the county. We all know that we're one big community. But it goes all the way down to the racetrack, all the way into the valley. So these are things that have been on the top of mind the whole time. How do we fix all of this and do it right? And with that takes a lot of time sometimes. And I know when you're drowning and then it's an emergency, it doesn't seem like help comes fast enough. But I will let you know that things are starting to move. So we just need to keep on keeping on. Be aware if there are issues that you need answered, call the village if you're in the village, and we'll do our best to get you help. These are the folks that we call directly. Allie Rye, raise your hand, Allie. DHSEM Homeland Security. She's the bomb right here. She's been helping us along. As we all got together, we didn't know. She don't hold punches. So many times we get into these big meetings and everybody's afraid to make a promise or to make a statement. And any of you know that. When you're talking to your insurance company, that can get frustrating. The 5,000 ALE, no questions asked, you just get that $5,000. We've all heard that. Then we've heard some insurance companies that are telling us no. Or that it's going to count as against your deductible as a claim and you could be in fear of losing your insurance. We can get the Office of Superintendent Insurance. Would you raise your hand down here on the end? This is the gal that stuck her nose out, her neck, and every bit of it, and is fighting on your behalf to get those things covered. Her office, and she has a gal by the name of Lou Macias that's been here the whole time that's been helping us out tremendously. So we have a lot of people from, and some of the other folks that showed up immediately was the state police. Those guys were here immediately from all over the state asking, what can we do? And so again, we have been through some dark times already. We still have some to come, folks. And we're going to be prepared for those the best we can. But we're in the rebuilding period and working with these guys from CID. And that's what we found out was so remarkable. When we called these folks right off the bat to say, we need you here, the secretaries, the big poobahs, they showed up to help us with the water issues. How many people didn't have water? We went through day and night of people that were pulling so many samples a day to send them out to all the labs around the state that were overloaded. But they did that constantly, the New Mexico Environmental Department. So we have their representatives here too. The only thing that was on their mind was safety and how do we get it back online as quickly as possible. So we appreciate the work that they've done. And we ask these people for a lot. But I think it's very important that we acknowledge what they have done. Because there's a lot to do. And we're going to need them the whole way. So I'll shut up because I can talk about Ruidoso and Lincoln County forever. But thank you guys for everything that you've done. Thank you for what you're going to do. And we look forward to 3 to 5 years to having Ruidoso 2.0. And what we're really working on is we've had a fire tragedy, flood tragedy, and we're really trying to escape a financial tragedy. For our businesses, we have so many cluster industries from the racetrack to the end of the Mountain Gods up at Ski Apache that are so important to the revenue for this whole community. So we understand that together, and I thank you for the friendship and the new work that we're working with the county. I don't see anyone from the tribe here today, but we have a new relationship with the tribe, with President Padilla and her staff and her board. So we're so appreciative of that. So we can definitely get it done when there's a political way. There is a way. And so we'll get it done. So thank you again. Ben, It's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Superintendent. Extraordinarily well said, and really grateful for the recognition of our staff. We're going to move now to introducing these folks so you know exactly which department is here and which person heads that. We'll start down here at my immediate left, and we're going to go down the row. You will be hearing these folks weigh in from time to time during our interactions and answering your questions and responding to comments that you have. So we'll start here with Mr. Black.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Rob Black. I am the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Economic Development Department.
Hi, I am Melanie Kinderdine, and again, it's wonderful to be here. You stole my line, I am the Secretary Designate for the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department. I just want you all to know that the Forestry Division is a division within my department, so they've been very, very busy working with you all. So thank you again for coming, and look forward to talking to you.
Good afternoon, Ruidoso. My name is Ricky Stern. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Department of Transportation.
Good afternoon. My name is Clay Bailey. I'm the Superintendent for Regulation and Licensing Department. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Allie Rye. I am the State Director for Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
Good afternoon, everybody. Miguel Aguilar. I'm the Adjutant General for the Mexican National Guard and also the Acting Secretary for the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarita Nair. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jason Bowie, Secretary for the Department of Public Safety. Just want to take an extra second to acknowledge the District Commander here in the room, Jay Blakeney. When the fires were occurring, he lives in this community as well. Was working so hard, mobilizing the state police in this community, all the officers that are here along the wall as well. I had to tell the gentleman to stop working to get home to check on his own family, which were compromised by the fires, and check on his own home. And so, Jay Blakeney, thank you for all of your hard work in this district. So. And also, Chief, I see you back there as well. Chief Travis, nice to see you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Wayne Probst. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Finance and Administration.
Good afternoon, Village of Ruidoso. I'm very happy to be here with you today. My name is Carrie Armijo. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Healthcare Authority.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alice Kane. I am the Superintendent of Insurance. And before I say goodbye or pass this baton, I'd like to introduce you, and many of you probably know her, Melissa Robertson has been here, I think, 3 days after the fire started, along with Lou, who the mayor acknowledged. I think her family hardly recognizes her, but OSI has been here trying to help you in any way we can.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lansing Adams, Acting Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Tourism. Thank you.
Rujugania, everybody. I'm Josette Manette, Cabinet Secretary for the Indian Affairs Department. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jameson Herrera. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the Department of Veteran Services.
Hello, my name is Dylan Lang. I'm the Director of the State Personnel Office, and we're all happy to be here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming us to your community. I'm Stephanie Chardon-Clark. I'm the Cabinet Secretary of the Taxation and Revenue Department, which includes the Motor Vehicle Division.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alicia Tafoya Lucero, and I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the New Mexico Corrections Department.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Greginski, and I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the Early Childhood Education and Care Department.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Stephanie Rodriguez, and I am the proud Cabinet Secretary of the New Mexico Higher Education Department.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name's Mariana Padilla. I'm the Secretary Designate for the Public Education Department.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. I'm Teresa Casados. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for Children, Youth, and Families Department.
Good afternoon, James Kenny, New Mexico Environment Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Anderson. I am the State Engineer Designate with the Office of the State Engineer and the Interstate Stream Commission.
Hello, Ruidoso. I'm Drew Lovelace. I am the Acting Director for the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion. Thanks for having us.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Silva, and I'm the Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the General Services Department.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Allen, Secretary of the Department of Health.
Good afternoon. I'm Antoinette Vihey, Deputy Secretary for Aging and Long-Term Services Department.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Gallagher-Roberts, Deputy Secretary for the Department of Cultural Affairs, and I want to acknowledge Oliver Horn, who is in the audience, who is the manager of Fort Stanton and Lincoln Historical Society, just down the street.
Good afternoon. Mike Sloan, Director, Department of Game and Fish, and somewhere out there in the crowd is Ben Bird, the captain for the area and lives here in the community, and he and his crew work the fire, so thank you.
Thank you, Cabinet. A quick round of applause and acknowledgement of this incredible cabinet. It's funny listening to them introduce themselves and thinking about the breadth of the expertise that exists within the entire, branch of government that we've brought here, and the men and women who are willing to do this work is remarkable, and we're so grateful that you have hosted us here in your community so we can talk about how to make things better in our state. So we're going to talk a little bit about this afternoon's format so that we can get started with the questions and answers and comments. You'll notice there's a couple of team members standing at the bottom of the rows here. They work here at the Office of the Governor, and what's going to happen is we're going to have you, if you have something you want to say, if you have a question for this cabinet, have you raise your hand, and we will get a microphone over to where you are. If you're all the way in the middle, we'll figure out how we can get to you. It looks like there's some pretty good paths. So just be patient, raise your hand. We intend to answer every question that is raised here. So there's no rush, that nobody needs to get any sort of injuries holding their arms up for hours at a time. We're going to get to everybody, be assured of that. When we acknowledge you, I'll point out who the person's going to be. Know that I'll be scanning the crowd for the person who's next, and we'll try and set an order so that folks know kind of where we're going. Then the cabinet member or members, or the governor, will speak to the question raised or to the comment made and get you the best answer possible. We will also have contact forms that this office provides, and the purpose of those forms is so that we have the contextual contact information for the folks that raise issues, because this is an important collaborative process. We want to be able to follow up with you with action items, with further information, maybe further clarification or questions. So please, when a member of the staff asks you to provide your contact information, know that that's what the purpose is of that. The goal of this afternoon's town hall is to stimulate robust discussion and idea generation surrounding solutions for your community, as you are the experts. Please let us know how we can participate in that. We intend to get to everybody, as I mentioned. The mayor had alluded to it, and I'll just reiterate it to make sure that we know. As it relates to decorum, respect for everyone inside this building and everyone inside this community is our goal. Feel free to applaud something which you have done already, which I really appreciate and I think is very positive, but let's refrain from negative voicing of anything that is said here. Everybody's opinion here matters, and every issue raised is important to these folks. So respect is kind of the watchword. If we can adhere to that, I think we will have a really, really beneficial deliberation here. Without any further delay, this cabinet, very shortly the governor, when she comes in the back door, we want to hear from you, Rita. So who among us will be the brave soul that goes first and raises their hand so we can get us started? I have a question right down here. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name's Eddie Crane. I'm with Healing America's Heroes. We are a nonprofit organization serving the state of New Mexico and the United States of America, helping our veterans and first responders with their PTSD issues, their military sexual issues, and also traumatic.
Just a slight bit down the shirt.
Number 9. Is that better?
Yes.
There you go. Okay. My name is Eddie Crane. I'm the founder and director of Healing America's Heroes. We are located in Fort Stanton, New Mexico. Our address is 250 Blackjack Pershing Road, Fort Stanton, New Mexico. We have established our residency here in Lincoln County. We started Healing America's Heroes in 2014 in Tierra Maria, Chama area. And then we had the opportunity to have our own home here in Lincoln County. Now we are here, and we're asking for the support of the governor. And I am proud to say that there are a number of the of her cabinet that I have worked with directly. So, and my reason here is to give her this brochure personally. Thank you.
Very good, sir, and thank you. I'm sure one of our generals will have something that they'd like to say relative to not only your programming, but your service to this community and the state, and then we'll ensure that we make sure that you're able to do that at the end.
Good afternoon, and good to see you again, Mr. Crane. The program you do here is absolutely imperative to the wellness of our veterans. And those of you in the community know he does travel around the state with these services, and we're proud to continue to partner with you to provide those services. There was recently a write-up in Hobbs, New Mexico. He took his program on the road as a partnership with DVS, and the veterans that you serve there are truly appreciative of that, and it's certainly a necessary service in southeast New Mexico, and we look forward to continue to expand those services with you.
General Herrera, you're absolutely right, sir, and thank you for your support. Thank you for working with us and the confidence that you do have in us, and I look forward to the future working with you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hey, sir, I just want to echo what General Herrera said. Like, there's nothing more important, I think, to those of us that have served than to take care of the men and women who have worn the cloth of our nation and placed themselves in harm's way. So the incredible work that you're doing. Thank you for what you do, and we'll make sure that we get that over to them. So, thank you for what you do, and we'll make sure when the governor gets here, you get an opportunity to get that flyer.
Sir, I want to make sure that you also get a brochure.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, secretaries, generals. Who will go next? We have a question right here in the middle.
Thank you. I had a question for the Forestry Secretary. My name is Tanya Tyler. I am the pastor of First Christian Church, Disciples of Christ here in Ruidoso, and just here as a concerned community member. I heard something fleeting on the radio about expanded logging in the county, in the area. What are the plans for that, however tentative, and how's that going to work out? Thank you.
And at turning on microphones. I think logging is going to be a huge issue in the recovery for this area. Logging lumber, we were talking yesterday about how important that is and the need for transportation out of the area. I think it's one area where it's going to help with the cleanup, the recovery, and also help with some economic development in the area, which I know everyone needs right now because of the huge economic hit that Ruidoso and the region has taken because of this fire. And so logging, I think, is hugely important. I think there are other things that we were talking yesterday about the transportation. How can we get lumber and logs out of this area? How can we use it for biochar, which can provide energy and heat? And so I think it's very important, and love to talk with you further about anything you might be interested in specifically, and see what we can come up with. But might also involve other agencies like transportation to get things moving. So.
Thank you, Secretary. Appreciate that. We're having a couple audio issues. Are you guys able to hear the responses well enough back there? Okay. That's the most important part. We want to make sure, like, if we have a constituent ask a question, and man, this gentleman's going to have some questions for you for contact information. I'm happy to repeat too, to make sure that the cabinet doesn't turn off some ambient noise back here. obviously, the whole point of this is to make sure we understand what your concern or question is. I'll make sure they get the information and that you can hear us going back the other direction. So if there's any struggles with that for the remainder of the afternoon, please somebody bring it to my attention. Thank you, ma'am, for that question. Who will go next? Not everyone all at once. In the back, we have a hand, and then we have a hand up here in the front. So we'll go back and then here. Straight in the back, on the wall.
Hi, I'm a resident here. I'm just wondering, I know that the homeowner's insurance kind of deadline where they can't cancel it is coming up in October. I'm just wondering, what happens if we can't get reinsured for homeowners insurance? Is there anything in place? Because I know somebody has called, wanted to rebuild and or buy a new place here. They called like 5 different companies and they couldn't get a new policy. So I'm just wondering what will happen with that.
You're on. You don't have to hold it anymore. There you go.
Hello?
Just speak right into it, Superintendent, so she can hear you. Speak right into it.
I'm sorry, could you, whoever asked the question, I couldn't see you. Could you stand up for a moment? A back wall, okay, great. And my understanding is you're having issues getting insurance, is that the question?
What I'm wondering is when the deadline wears off where they can't cancel, it's like in October, I believe, they can't drop your policy. When it comes time to renew, if there's enough people who can't get renewed for their homeowners insurance, is there anything in place, like from the government as far as like, or are we just kind of on our own with that?
Right now, under the emergency order, they shouldn't be able to cancel or non-renew. And that emergency order is effective for 120 days from the time we issued it, and it may be extended. We're also looking, we're doing a data call to see who's not writing here. And we're looking at, we've had a meeting with the Fair Plan Board on Friday to see if we can expand the Fair Plan to focus on Ruidoso, to provide insurance that would go up, would raise the limits to $1 million for homes and to $2 million for commercial. Again, we need the board approval to do this. And we would add it would be at commercial rates, and we would be adding a rider that if you need a mortgage, you would be getting beyond cash value, you need replacement value for a mortgage, that we would be providing that. So that's what we're hoping to have in place within the next month.
So where would be the best place to kind of follow along with that? Like the progress of that or what's happening is the best place to kind of follow along with your progress and how that goes?
She's asking what's the best way to follow that?
We will probably be issuing. We will probably be issuing notices, and they'll be on our website. But I would say wait about 3 to 4 weeks, and we'll have hopefully we'll have something in place. And if we don't, we'll let you know.
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe Secretary Kenderdine has something she wanted to add. Is that correct, ma'am?
I just wanted to say that I saw Senator Heinrich a couple weeks ago. I spoke to him about the concerns about getting insurance. I fully appreciate your concerns and the question, and he's looking at what they might do at the federal level to help and assist with Ruidoso and in other areas that have similar problems. And I also mentioned to him the significant value of hardening homes, okay? And the homes that were hardened survived the fire, like 70% or something. It's a very, very high number, and lower income people can't afford that hardening. Is there something that we can do to help with the hardening? I also think that would help with insurance. And so I haven't talked to him in a couple of weeks about that, but he is onto it. The delegation is very interested in doing things to assist both in getting insurance and hardening homes that will enable people to get insurance as well. So.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you, ma'am, for raising obviously regionally incredibly important issue and an untenable situation that folks are facing. So really appreciate that. Look forward to following up with you. I see you've given your contact information. We will follow up and get you the best possible answers in a timely manner. Who would like to go next? Oh, wait, no, that's right. Sorry, ma'am. I already forgot. I said I wasn't going to do that, and I did it. I'm very sorry. You're next.
My name's Paula Land. I lost my home to flooding, and I'm confused. I'd like to talk to the superintendent of insurance. I want to know if my flood insurance company has to abide by your orders regarding the deductions and depreciation and stuff. Because my flood insurance adjuster says they don't have to do that since they are answering to FEMA, and FEMA overrides these orders.
So I'm going to repeat it for our superintendent, because she's having a little trouble hearing you, which part of that is we're just going to have to work on that. So I'm going to say what I think you said, but you're the expert, so you're going to correct me if I get any of the things wrong. What I think I'm hearing this constituent is having problems with. Let me be clear. I'm only going to talk to the superintendent. She's having trouble getting this ordinance to abide by your order because they unveil.
Flood insurance. Thank you for your question. Flood insurance is not,
She's on. She's got to speak right into it, ma'am.
talk right into it. I'm sorry. Flood insurance is not under our authority, so we know that's an issue. We've been talking to FEMA about it. I think, Melissa, if you have more details that you could share, would you sit down with Melissa at the end of this and she can spend time with you and getting your individual details? Because she's been speaking with FEMA on almost a daily basis.
Thank you, Superintendent. Ms. Ride would also like to weigh in from the Homeland Security perspective.
Ma'am, I know they're getting your contact information right now, but I do want to let you know that the state, through Department of Homeland Security, has formally sent a letter to FEMA asking for them to make sure that the coverages here in this area are taken care of, because what I'm assuming you're talking about is the NFIP program, the National Flood Insurance Program. Perfect. So Melissa and I have actually talked about this quite a bit. After we get done with this, I would love to connect with you and Melissa, because we have been telling FEMA that there is an issue with the insurance program with this specific, and they don't know where the hangup is. So if we can get a specific from you, we can be able to go back to FEMA and talk about what's going on with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you both for the answers, and thank you very much, ma'am, for the question. Who would like to go next?
Hi, committee members, and thank you for your time for coming down here. I'm on a management committee of a condominium association board, and we were notified from our agent that our rates will go up. We question how that works and at what rate are they able to suddenly increase our rates for our mandatory insurance. We were also told a couple of units sold. Those new buyers were unable to procure an interior policy. And when questioned further, is it common for an agent, to anybody's knowledge, to raise rates based upon your zip code?
Were you able to hear that okay?
There's the biggest fear among many people in this room. If you report a claim, your insurance is going to automatically go up. And that's the bugaboo that has got a lot of us perplexed. And we'd like some input about, can they raise rates at a certain rate or any set rate, or can they deny you coverage just because of your zip code's problem? Thank you.
Those are all very good questions and very timely questions. Rates are going up all over the country in property and casualty. Replacement is costing more. We are looking at insurance rates. We are a file and use state, so we have an actuary that looks at the rates to see if they're actuarially justified. We are in the middle of a data call focused on zip codes to see what insurers are doing in non-renewing and canceling and also rates. My concern, our major concern right now has been accessibility because we have seen the rise in rates actuarially justified based on the claims. The HOA situation is a more complicated situation. At this point in this area, there should be no non-renewals or cancellations because we have this emergency order in place. Insofar as getting new insurance, that's what we're for new buyers, that's really where we're trying to find out where exactly the insurers are not writing. And we're hoping to put this fair plan bridge in place within the next month or so to provide insurance coverage where the marketplace isn't. And do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, ma'am. Would there be something in this case, perhaps in the local media, such as the newspaper or the radio, as to what, I guess this lady back here was also asking, how do we track the progress of what has been done or what got done? Or
Well, we will be, first of all, we'll put things on our website, but we'll also issue a press release when we get this new program in place. And hopefully the press will pick it up and we will be calling them to do the outreach. Your local papers have been very open to information from us. Also, Melissa and Lou will be in this area. They still are. They're here almost every day. We will let you know where they are and you can go and ask questions and you can call me.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, sir, for those questions and raising, obviously, a very important point to this community. Who would like to go next? We have a question back here on the right. Yes, sir. One moment.
I understand everybody's concerned about the insurance because insurance companies have driven a lot of things in this world in the last 10 years as to whether or not you get it or whether or not you can afford it. And I think the biggest issue we need to have is someone who's a big thinker that can come up with a plan to virtually make it impossible for a flood or fire to overtake this town. They're not going to give us insurance if we just sit back and say, this will never happen again, and why should we dig all those holes? And who really needs a bridge over there? Who needs a culvert over there? I'm okay. I'm doing fine. So is there someone that is in with the municipal government or the state government that has a big vision rather than wringing their hands and waiting for something to happen? Because if we don't start it, nothing happens. Thank you.
I'll take that one because one thing that we've been doing is not wringing our hands. It's working on the long term after the monsoons are over. So we've worked with NRCS, also in Randall, if you want to get up here and answer some of these, you can. Because the county's involved with this on this, about the bigger, broader plan. And so those are things that are being worked on at this particular moment. Hang on, go ahead.
Yes, we're working with NRCS as far as protecting, trying to restore the river, trying to restore the watersheds, trying to save the watersheds, the burned watersheds, to stop what's coming down up here, trying to revegetate. All that's in play right now. Plus, we're working on a longer-term plan. We're working with the tribe. We're working with the village. The general concept is this defensible space for communities in the forested areas where we're surrounded by national forests. We need the concept of defensible space out there because we have illustrations right here from this fire where thin forest saved structures and de-energized the fire. Our power line, main transmission line, was saved because of thinning that the Mescalero Apache did approximately 10 years ago. right behind the Forest Service office in Cedar Creek, the thinning that was done there. I was there when the fire was there at the back door. Now you walk through that park, it looks like it wasn't burned except for blackened trunks. So we have a group, we've been meeting once a week with a lot of the community leaders, the village, the tribe. This is what our goal is. Restart the mill, start thinning, get back to defensible space. So that is in play even as we speak.
Well, the issue, as I see it, is that we have experience in handling disasters, and we have those who advise us on this for the fix that will get everybody back into their homes, and that needs to be done for sure, you know. But I have been involved in some other major setbacks in places I lived, and one, nobody really did anything until the lender said, we will not lend any more money until you figure out how to resolve this problem. And I think that's where we're headed, you know? Are we a town that just wants to survive from hand to mouth? Are we a town that's going to live and prosper and go on and make it possible for people to move in and out of houses and feel that this is a going, thriving community? And that's going to take money. And all I see in the papers and things is everybody saying, well, it'll take 10 years for the federal government to give us the money. 5 years the state might get there. We're on a list waiting for that. Well, you know, that and $5 will get you on the bus.
Well, everything you said is true. And those things that, if you look at the watersheds here in the village, especially the village, everything drains into the village. That's just the way the city was built. So those are things that it took us 50, 60, 70 years to get where we're at today. And it does take, unfortunately, a catastrophe, an event like this, to make us change the way we operate. As you well know, the village has had a thinning ordinance for about the last 15 years. That is, it's been very difficult to implement because most people that move up here want to have trees. It's only through the McBride fire, the Little Bear fire, other ones, that the need has been shown that we need to make thinning, hardening of the homes, the properties. So those are things that we've been working on. And I know now that in the county and other areas are working on some of the same issues. Going to metal roofs. What are we going to do about railroad ties? Everybody in town has those. So there's a lot of things that are going to happen, but it all takes money. For example, just our watershed mitigation efforts that we've taken immediately is over $50 million. Okay, and we've been able to work with our partners at the state to get the money in front of that because we're still the same community of 8,000 people that have around 200 employees, I'm speaking of just the village, that are already undermanned. And that's not to make an excuse, but to show you just how extraordinary the employees that we have are with the work that has been done. So there are plans for long-term because you're exactly right. We have to change the way we operate, the way we build our homes, the way that we do the thinning. It's going to be more intense. We're looking at not only ISO ratings, which goes to insurance premiums, but also to the fire line. And they have other matrix that have just shown up in the last year or two. So we're having to adjust to all of those matrix, which means more water that we're going to have to provide in fire hydrants, more firefighters, which equipment has to be with those guys. And I don't know if you've priced any firefighting equipment, but it's expensive. So we go after grants, we go after every opportunity. But it is a lot about money, and it is mostly about planning. So those are plans that we've worked on, but we need the support from the community to make sure that those are enacted. And those are things that we're working on. And that's the best answer I can give you.
The point I might make is that as long as we are in a position of needing money, one thing that I haven't seen anybody suggest, which has helped innumerable communities, is that we have the ability to raise money through municipal bonds. So we don't have to wait 5 years for someone to come up with a couple of bucks. Now, if we could issue some municipal bonds, get the money available, quote unquote, now, we would be able to move ahead with this and mitigate our insurance problems, flood problems, fire problems. And if somebody gets up and says, I don't want my trees cut, somehow we have to get to the point where we have to explain the greater good We want you to have your trees and everything else, but we have 8,000 people here who want to live here and people who want to come in and out. And if we can't get that over, I think we're lost.
Well, just one more thing to that point. In the municipal bonds, you know, we do a general obligation bond for water resources, all of those. Those will have to be put back to the public to be voted on. And as you know, most people don't want their taxes raised. They're already high enough. So it will be up to the individual. We are doing better and have done education on defensible space and thinning, as I said before, to get preferred rates. The village's ISO rating was at a 2 before this fire. Now we're at a 3. But that meant hundreds, if not thousands of dollars off on insurance premiums. So the mentality of the people that are living here is changing to where they understand there has to be defensible space, that there are things, we do love trees, but then we're going to have to do thinning. We're also working with P&M, our electric providers, to how do we better, because the winds that have just shown up over the last 2 to 3 years, what do we do in high wind events? So there's planning that's been going on since the McBride fire. So you're absolutely right. Everything you said is true. But then the appetite for the people that live in this community to have their taxes raised is going to be another issue. So we're going after the things that we can get a hold of now while we're evaluating where we're at, because it's not only loss of revenue to our businesses, but our municipality. I'll just let you know, we did receive $22 million just this last week that we're able to pay back the money that we've already spent, but then it goes into the public works. That money is for public works, for streets, roads, infrastructure, all those things that were damaged. So that's working into it. But just last month, those of you in the village understand the village makes its revenue, just like every business does, by providing a service and selling something. So when our businesses make money, we make money on GRT. We're off $800,000 just this last month. The month before, it was half a month for June, because it reports 2 months late, was over $375,000 in 1 month. So last month was over $700,000. So you can see the impact is being felt. So that's going to go with our bond rating, because right now the village has a great credit rating. But all of these things take into content what your new rating is going to be and how much money. But first we have to have the plans. What do we do to, because you're never going to stop flooding. It's these drainages, McBride Canyon, the river, that's what those are, drainage for the rain. How do you better control those? Most of those are on private property. So we do not have access to those. Those rivers are controlled by the Army Corps of Engineers. So we have to go through all of those surveys, all of those things to get the plans together. So yeah, it's easy to say, hard to put in practice, working with all the entities that are there. But everyone now realizes, without a doubt, that something has to be done and improved on. And that's the best answer I can give.
Thank you, Mayor. I think a couple of our secretaries have a couple comments. We'll pass the mic.
Great, thank you. And this is, I just wanted to underscore what the mayor just said, and that there are several funding sources to assist in the recovery here and to enhance economic development activities in the future. There's $53 million from the U.S. Agriculture Department's Natural Resource Conservation Service. The mayor mentioned that. The match has already been made for that. Okay, so no match is required. That's hugely important in tough times like we're seeing here right now. And that is for flood mitigation in the future, erosion control, and structure protection. I wanted to give a shout out to Laura Doth. She's the RC&D council helping with this funding. I don't know where Laura is. Hi Laura, how are you? I can't see that far. But thank you for that. We have the Forestry Division of my department, Department of Homeland Security, and Emergency Management have worked together to identify gaps in funding. Okay, so we're thinking about that as well. We also, my department, and we're going to work with Jim Kinney and others, are looking at developing a strategic plan going forward, energy, climate, et cetera, et cetera. What's happened here, I think, will also be a huge part of that. It's amazing to me to come to these meetings, because I always learn about things I never thought of before. Huge need for rebuilding, need for cement. I hadn't thought about that, okay? So people talking yesterday about a cement plant, okay? And that could help with the recovery here, but there's also a very large need on the eastern part in the eastern part of the state for cement for wind turbine. So maybe that could help with some of the economic development. The power line rights of way and the implications for power lines and what we've seen, hugely important. We've already talked about insurance and home hardening and the transport of wood and lumber and making of biochar. So there's just a few things that I've been heard from people thinking about that we need to plan for in the future. Their IMNRD also has $5 million that we are working at getting ready to give out, okay? We have a website, submittable.com, and that's for assisting private landowners to remove hazardous burned trees. And so if you go to our website, submittable.com, the IMNRD, Energy, Minerals, Natural Resources Department, and our Energy Conservation and Management Division, our Forestry Division, which handles that. There will be more details coming out shortly. We should have something, that webpage up and operating by the end of September, and we anticipate starting work by mid-October. So that's more funding for certainly the removal of the trees for private landowners, and just a few more specific points to reinforce some of what the mayor said.
Thank you, Secretary Kenderdine, our Environment Secretary.
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate that question, and from the Environment Department standpoint, I just wanted to share with you that your leadership here in the community is pretty innovative and pretty amazing. And I'm going to tell you some numbers just really quickly, or a quick story here, that the gentleman who asked about going after some of the bond market and doing some planning and some infrastructure, it's hard really to see, so I'm looking in the general direction. Sorry if I'm not making eye contact out there. But let me just point this out. Do you know you're one of the first communities that I know of in New Mexico that is putting solar on your wastewater treatment plant? So when I mean, give yourself a round of applause for that, because that is amazing leadership in a community that is rebuilding back from the fire issues, but that power interruption, when you have solar on your wastewater treatment plant, you're able to use the basic functions of being able to shower, wash clothes, prepare food, and then also have that wastewater treated, because you're gonna have the power to treat it. That's a pretty amazing and novel approach, I would say. Secondly, you're doing that with a $4.9 million loan grant from my department. And I will tell you why I'm highlighting that is because the bond market's, 3-4% on that money. You're getting a 0.01% interest loan. So I think you actually have pretty smart leadership, because they're using money that is cheaper to do things that are more innovative and make your community even more resilient on the basic functions like water and wastewater. And then the other thing that I wanted to highlight is that within that same money pot, you're also building a stormwater management plan. That stormwater management plan is going to do exactly what the gentleman asked, which is building out the infrastructure, if you will, or managing that water in an area like this is really important, as you all know better than even I do. But having that money going to that plan and then develop and implement that plan, that's game-changing, and it's life-saving on top of that. So I just want to thank your leadership for being able to pull something so innovative together so quickly, and to do it in a way that's economic and resilient for you all. Thank you.
I want to add a little bit to it, because I think we haven't recognized it. Natalie may have something too, but I've been here a lot over the last few months, and I saw something. They say, and if I'm wrong, don't correct me. But they say that strong steel is forged from fire and water, and so is leadership. And I will tell you, Mayor, Commissioner, the type of leaders that you have here have been absolutely incredible. I've watched it happen as this emergency has played out. I wish it hadn't. I wish it hadn't played out, but it did. And I'm not shocked that the mayor grabbed the mic a few minutes ago and has taken over, because that's what he has done absolutely from day one. So you've got strong leadership in this community, and that's what inspires me to think that we're gonna get through this. It's gonna take a minute. We're gonna get through this, and Ruidoso is gonna be built stronger than it ever has. So thank you, Mayor, and our local leaders for what you've done. You've been absolutely amazing. And I'll hand it over to Ellen.
Sorry, guys. All right, so General, I appreciate you laying that foundation for what I was about to say. So 2 things for you, sir. They go in 2 different paths. The first one is, what are we doing right now? And the mayor most definitely touched on quite a bit of that, but I want you to know, from the state, local, and federal level, we have quite a few task force that are occurring right now that are helping you and helping the community recover. So we're talking about watershed task force, debris removal task force, housing task force, and an economic recovery task force. Your leaders sit in on those task force. They provide feedback to us. We, as a leadership group, and many of us sitting up here, sit on the local economic recovery task force, so that way we hear from you guys. On the second side, when you talk about long-term recovery, long-term impacts to not only just here in Ruidoso, but also the state as a whole, there's a task force that's being ran out of the state that includes members from OSI, RLD, Energy, Minerals, and Resource Department, talking about what does this mean for us long-term. Many of you guys touched on insurance components, but insurance isn't just one thing. You have the disasters that impact the insurance. You have codes and standards that impact the insurance. You have, the way that we protect and the way that you guys protect the forest, the way that you protect your homes. It's all a combination. This task force that we're talking about is one of the driving forces in the entire country to try to sit up there and make a change nationwide. Unfortunately for all of us, we know that this community, this environment is changing, and it's not if, but when the next one occurs. And we, as a group, we want to set you up for success. We want to set you up for achieving and making sure that you don't have those impacts again. So not only changing it at the state level, but also changing it at the federal level.
Thank you. I did, Rob Black from Economic Development. I think there's a couple of other areas. Logging was mentioned earlier, and our department manages what's called LEDA, the Local Economic Development Act. Those funds can be used for economic-based job creation. I know you've got a sawmill that's been dormant for some time. Those funds can't replace equipment, but they can repair and construct buildings to support that. So I think that is one option we should be exploring if you're looking to go down that path. The other is our outdoor recreation division within EDD has an outdoor recreation and trails grant program. I was able to speak with your deputy manager today. That grant application for those funds are going to come up on September 30th, but I think we'll be able to get grants in for that. And that's going to be able to do things like native species planting, soil stabilization, tree planting, reestablishing native species along river corridors, I know you have a bridge that on one of your main trails that was damaged, that can be put into the grant as well. The Gila has used this for wildfire restoration efforts, these sort of grants, so we look forward to making sure we get those monies out.
Thank you, and I'd just like to say a couple more points, and I would like to call out Nick Smokovich. He's our district forester. He's in the back, so he's been a very, very busy person. Lindsay Quam, our deputy forester. I don't know if Lindsay's in the audience. He was taking care of the table earlier, so, but they've been extremely busy, and I think they deserve huge appreciation from us. And I would say that I think Nick's office is available to provide homeowners with information about how to prepare for wildfires, including home hardening, creating defensible space, and other proactive mitigation measures. The Capitan District has had numerous community forums and is available for landowner consultations. That number, I'm sorry, Nick, 575-354-2231, or you can email Project Forester at mitchell.harper@emnerd.nm.gov, and anyone who's interested, we can get you all that information afterwards, or you can stop by the office in Capitan. So not only did they fight the forest fires, they're helping with the recovery, and I think they deserve our deepest appreciation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary, our Secretary of Finance and Administration.
Good afternoon again, Wayne Crops with the Department of Finance and Administration. Most of the money that you're hearing talk. Is this better? Wayne Props with the Department of Finance and Administration. Most of the money that you're hearing spoken about flows through the Department of Finance and Administration, but there are a couple other pots of money that haven't been discussed, and I want to make sure you understand that we know the urgency of getting resources into your community. I had the honor of Chief Chavez taking myself and a couple of my colleagues on a tour of the area a couple of days ago. The governor likes to refer to me as the Secretary of Silence because I usually don't say a lot, but I was speechless. It's just really hard to know what you all have been through unless you see it. But as the chief was driving us back to the convention center to drop us off at our cars, I said to him, "Thank you, appreciate your time. You're probably getting tired of driving people like me around and showing us what you showed us today." And he said something that I'll never forget. He said, "People like you coming to see what's happened, see what we're going through, gives me hope." And that's why we're all here. Hopefully to give you a little bit of hope that even though we may be in Santa Fe, you've got friends there as well. During the last special session, the legislature passed $100 million. $70 million of that is for zero interest loans for communities here. We got that $70 million to the village and the county bank accounts this last Tuesday. We had a similar pot of money, $100 million for the fires a couple of years ago up in Calf Canyon and Hermit's Peak. And it took us almost 2 years to get those loans out the door, but for the fires and the floods here, we were able to get them out in less than 2 months. So we understand the urgency. Seeing what I saw a couple of days ago, we all know it's not enough. I think the governor is committed to additional resources I know she's committed to finding additional resources in the upcoming legislative session. But I just wanted you to know that we are trying to, I think all of us understand. Unfortunately, we've gotten a little bit better at this because we've had practice in other parts of the state. But we've gotten better working with our colleagues at Homeland Security and across the cabinet. The governor has made it very clear she wants us all coordinating and all working towards the same goal, and that's supporting you. So I wanted to let you know about the $70 million that is here for major infrastructure projects. Hopefully that'll get you started, and then we'll see where we can find additional resources.
Thank you, Secretary Probst. Next question I understand is in the back. Yes, sir.
So you're talking about this money that's coming to the village and that we might have some monies to help us homeowners. You're talking about, I think it was the second lady in, you were talking about charred trees. What about trees that are close to our property and that they determine need to be removed? Is that also some funding to get the lumber out of here?
So one of the programs that the state is running is called a private property debris removal program. It's intended to take the burnt debris off of your property, specifically when you talk about a home. But we are including the burnt trees surrounding around the property. Can one of my disaster case managers who's working We would love to connect with you. So you see Andrea right there waving her hand. We can tell you a little bit more about the private property debris removal program. It is a free program that we are offering from the state through the federal government. And we come on and do a total assessment of your property and see how we can assist and take that debris off.
Next question that I have is that I think the mayor was talking about this money that's come in, like 22 million, and we hear all these millions coming in. How are we managing that? Where does the public get to see how that money is spent?
Thank you. So when we have projects that are already in play, as we mentioned before with the watershed recovery that we're doing now, with the trash racks, the debris removal, things that have already been going on, we've already expended like $4.5 million that will go back into those programs. It will be for street replacement, infrastructure repair. All of those things are programs that are being designed now that those will be worked on. Also, you've heard about the bridges we've talked about for the last 14 years. Bridges being replaced, not just patched up like what we've been able to do. That is on the work. So is everything as usual? We have it on the website. It's posted immediately. We talk about it on the radio station every Monday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. You can call in and ask these questions, and we have our financial people, our manager. We have them in the audience here today. There's Michael Martinez over here, our deputy manager. You can speak with him. But any of those things that we get funding for, that we have programs as they're enacted, whether it's streets, it doesn't matter what it is. Because, you know, we have a lot of work that needs to be done on Alto Lake and the duck pond or the kids pond that was in front of that, that catches a lot of that debris. Those things all have to be done. So any of that stuff that when we have a plan that's ready to go, that's enacted, that's what those monies will be spent for, and we'll put it out to the public. It's talked about in the council meetings that we've had several special meetings so that we can address some of these issues. So any of those things, and as always, just call us and find out where we're at on any of these things if you haven't been able to see it. And then we'll get Randall here for the county.
Randall Camp, Lincoln County Manager. The one thing the public needs to understand is HB1, which provided $70 million to be shared between Lincoln County and the village of Ruidoso, that is a disbursement program where the money was provided up front. That was incredibly innovative because normally, after a disaster, FEMA pays 75% for the major infrastructure replacement. Unfortunately, that's a reimbursement program, and most of the small communities in New Mexico can't handle the financial strain of having to pay for the projects and wait for the approval to be reimbursed. We just don't have the cash flow. So the state was quite creative with HB1 to provide a disbursement program on the front end. That's allowed us to basically jumpstart our FEMA projects to replace critical infrastructure. DFA especially helped out the county and the village on the NRCS match, which was normally 25%. They provided our match for us so that we can kickstart the NRCS programs to stabilize the watershed, clear the debris, open the channels, protect the bridges, protect homes and private property, because NRCS, which is a federal program, can work on private property. So the funds are out there. They've been provided in advance, which is unusual for disasters, and especially in New Mexico and across the nation. That is taking a huge strain off of our taxpayers, our ratepayers, and allows us to get our community and our county back on its feet at a much faster time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Guest of honor has arrived. I'm going to introduce the governor of New Mexico, Michelle Lujan Grisham.
That's very nice. When the governor is late, you probably shouldn't stand, but you should wait till you get an apology. So this is about us doing more for this community.
And also, notwithstanding the fires and any number of really difficult tragedies that everyone is managing and struggling through, we should be out in the communities more often and expect more of this. I'm going to tell you where I was. This has happened to me twice. We were doing a town hall and a cabinet in your community, and I was in Farmington. And I've been getting, and I still am, a lot of complaints. I got one last night at Mescalero, that it's too hard for caregivers taking care of their loved ones, and it's too hard. Nursing homes aren't fully staffed, aren't taking new residents. People are having to move far away. And I also, as a caregiver, don't always have faith that any of us, the state, we do it ourselves, have some state facilities, and or the private sector is really doing right by the people that we love. And so I decided to go just take a quick look on my own. And when I did that in Farmington, a gentleman just wanted someone to take him outside. He said that he never gets to go outside. He's a Navajo code talker. He had he had relatives that were code talkers, but he was very proud of that and wanted to talk about it. He was younger than that, but quite sick and disabled. He wanted what he wanted to drink, a soda or a juice, and he was just left alone by himself in a wheelchair, unable to get outside. And I refused to leave the nursing home until he got outside, and we had a chat. We talked about more programs the state could bring, and that facility understood that I would be back to make sure that everyone was being treated with the kind of dignity and respect that they all deserve. But I had to apologize to the public who was on time. This morning, I took a quick trip to Deming, and some people here will know this gentleman and some people won't. His name is John Arthur Smith. He's the former chair of Senate Finance and was sort of fondly referred to as Dr. No. He might have been a little hard on the front loading some of that FEMA money for some of the comments that I got to hear about accountability. Fair. But he's a mentor of a lot of elected officials in the state of New Mexico. And I can do that as the elected Democrat here. He was one of the most bipartisan leaders in the legislature and set an agenda that included everyone. And that's getting lost, I think, in our legislature. I think it's getting lost around the country. And he's terminally ill. And I was sick when he was having his sort of farewell to the people he's worked with party. And so today was maybe the last day that I'll have a chance to go tell him that he's made a difference for you, he's made a difference for me, that he's a remarkable human being, and that he's still working and mentoring, and he gave me lots of ideas about financial stability in the state and expects me to get every single one of those executed. And he's an amazing example, like so many of you. He's resilient, and he's going to keep fighting till his very last breath. And flying into Ruidoso, Mr. Mayor, isn't that fun? And so that took us around some of those thermals. I'm not a great flyer in a small plane, but I wasn't going to miss this town hall. This is about you, so I'm going to be quiet after this one thing. This is the worst possible situation and sets of situations. There are no easy answers. I'm beholding and stuck with federal efforts, and sometimes FEMA is great, and sometimes they're not. And the laws that tell FEMA how to work are so old and inflexible, they make the jobs for local leaders nearly impossible. That's a fact. It happens in every state. It happens in our state. I hate it. FEMA knows I hate it. That's the right word, because people are hurt in the process. They're waiting. There's no sense about what's going to get done and when. And people want to stay here and live here and contribute here. You built this community and you're not just walking away, and thank goodness for that. And neither are we. A lot of these answers are going to be hard, but I'm going to give you three quickly. We've committed to getting as much money and as much effort and as much responsibility and as much accountability. Every single dollar gets audited 100 times by the feds, by Congress, by LFC, the Finance Committee, by legislators, by the state auditor, and by private auditors that we're required to contract with in every single department. And that's how it should work. We should be. So you'll get to see all of it, and we might have an issue or two, but we're doing it exactly the way that we believe people need those resources, which are yours. It's your money. Get on the ground so that we can rebuild this community. 2, insurance is a disaster. So I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to make my insurance commissioner very uncomfortable because she has to follow the rules. I get to help make some of the rules. That's why being a governor is the best job in America. So here are some of the rules that I want to make. I think it may be time to learn how the FAIR plans don't work. I don't know why they call them fair insurance plans, because they are not good plans and they are never fair. All right, so I think New Mexico, we're going to have more fires. We're going to have more floods. We're going to have more natural disasters, and I'd love to tell you that your fire days are over. And I don't know that that's ever going to be true. But we have to protect people who are willing to commit to this beautiful community. And so, Mr. Mayor, I have every intention, county commissioners, city manager, everyone, we need a state insurance system that is always protecting consumers, where the state helps underwrite getting it started so it can't say no to you, and we can create a fair payment system. We do that here. We did it in workers' comp. It's one of the best systems in America, believe it or not. We've done it in some other ways. We have an interesting hybrid I still don't like for malpractice. Still don't like it. So we're going to work on that. But these are ways the state can just solve a problem. Because if I commit to you today that I'm going to win, but we will, we're going to hold these insurance companies accountable, and I don't know what that's going to mean. I don't know whether that's the AG. I don't know whether that's some of us. I don't know that we win everything. And to tell you that we are, I would be fibbing. But I'm not going to let this be the status quo for communities anymore. And we are willing to fight for you. And again, when you're the regulator, she can't come up here and say, to hell with the insurance companies. I'm on your side. But I can. And your state has a lot of resources. And if they're not willing to put that money back into your community, it came from you in the first place, then we're not doing our jobs. That's the whole point. And then I know there are other things that we need to be doing, and we were clear before the fires. Housing is an issue. More economic development. So I want to hear all of it, the things that we do well. There isn't anything, you're not going to hurt my feelings. That's why we're here. If we can't hear it, we can't fix it. And then the last thing I really want you to know, and this is not a mutual admiration thing, because I don't always get along with mayors and county commissioners and, folks, and they don't always get along with me. And it's a system that's sort of built on that positive, respectful discourse. You shouldn't always have the same ideas. Otherwise, no new ideas ever get born. Not one. But I've done a lot of fire work since being governor. I don't love that. But I'm going to tell you hands down, for every frustration and everything that we don't do well, including Department of Transportation, who I've got a lot of respect for. Ricky Cerna does great work, but it's not perfect work. This mayor and your other local officials, bar none, have rebuilt and reinvested better and faster than any other community in the state of New Mexico with similar issues. Without exception, and you should know what incredible leaders you have, because that's not what's occurring around the state. And many of our ravaged communities, there's nothing started 2 years later. So I have a lot of respect and admiration, even though he calls me and yells at me on the phone at 1 a.m., because he is fighting for you, and he is very clear until we can reroute the flooding. We can get stuff built, we can figure out the flood zones, we can get the consumer protection from insurance that we all deserve, and that we can get money flowing in a way that gets to you in a more meaningful way. We're not done. And for the folks that are counting on the racetrack, I am too. And so we've made very strong commitments, Mr. Baugh, to making sure that not at your expense, because he'll tell you I said that. I don't give a damn about the racetrack if I have to choose, I think I said that, between the racetrack and somebody's house. All right, I don't. Except that I know that if we work together, we can do both. And we don't have to make tough, hard choices that hurt any number of people. We're gonna do all of it. We're gonna get it all done. We're gonna be racing in the spring. And we're gonna be rebuilding this community, and we're gonna see the results of that. You have my commitment, which you don't really need. Better, you have the folks on this front row, and they're not gonna stop working until it's all done. And I cannot tell you how grateful I am. Now, I mean, it's everyone, but Mr. Mayor, you are rock solid, and we are lucky to have you in the state of New Mexico. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. Thank you for letting me go on too long. And thank you for the woman who was talking about accountability and transparency. Those are important questions that we don't take lightly. Thank you for that. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Governor. We have a couple questions up here in the front. I think we'll start here and then we'll go here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Mark Fisher. I happen to be a county commissioner, but I'm not representing the Board of Commission today. I'm part of a task force that was set up with stakeholders, key leaders within the region. We call it the Sierra Blanca Regional Recovery and Economic Development Task Force. And it hits at some of the things that were discussed earlier. We are a region. If we don't have the racetrack, then I know about a dozen trainers and breeders and horse farms that just don't work. If we don't have the racetrack, we don't have the tourist industry during the summer. So if you look at what's happened in Ruidoso, as a matter of fact, we've had a bunch of small businesses close. The ones that are open are down 50 to 90%, and they're being run by the owners without the employees that they normally would have. So what does that mean? That means these people don't have jobs. The people out of the district that I actually represent, many of them, actually work in Ruidoso. If you look at the Mescalero tribe and the casino, they're down, I think, having talked to the president, maybe 40–50% in revenue. So you go to the inn, you go to racing during the day, you go into Ruidoso at night. This whole thing doesn't work unless it all works. So we talked about the fire, which resulted in the floods. I want to say something to you that might be a bit controversial, but I think if you think about it honestly, you'll realize that it's not. These fires are man-made. They're man-made in the sense that we are not taking care of the forest, whether they be state or federal. Years and years ago, we had logging in this area, and the forests were thin, the wildlife were great, and the people were protected from these catastrophic fires. I actually live about 30 miles as the crow flies from where the fires were going. My wife was calling me while they were happening and saying, honey, we've got embers coming down on our ranch. Now, it didn't catch fire because we're firewise, but that's ridiculous. I remember being up near in the Alto Lakes area, and on one side of the road, it was ablaze. Firefighters, most of them were volunteer, doing a terrific job protecting structures and trying to stop that fire. Well, the winds were so high that they jumped the fire line, and they were fighting fire both behind them and in front. We have to thin these trees. And if we do so in a smart way, smart logging, not clear cutting, that doesn't work. That's not sustainable. Nobody wants it. It doesn't work. But if we do it smartly, we can prevent these catastrophic fires. And then what happens? You don't have the floods. Not to the degree we have now. You don't have to put millions and millions and millions of dollars to either fighting them or the remediation efforts that have to come from behind. So in this task force with these wonderful people, and you've got the mayor's part of it, Rick Baugh's part of it, President Padilla comes. Allie has been a stalwart participant, and I want to point her out because she's really been fantastic, and we appreciate everything that she does. But I'm going to stand up. I know I'm not that tall, but I'm getting my back's hurting. But Randall, many others that you see and don't see are there, and these are business people. They're people that live here. They've got their roots here, and we've come up with a series of I would say more than recommendations, but that's all they are really, of things that could happen. And you've heard a couple of them. One is really this defensible barrier around the municipalities, period. You really thin it out there. You make sure you have access, so when you do have one of these potentially catastrophic fires, you can stop them before they come into town. The other is a more general thing, which is like we talked about, the thinning throughout the forest. Now, what does that do? We talked about the sawmill at the Mescalero. Provides jobs, provides an input to where this lumber can go. You can also do some of the things for low yield or low value wood right there, such as OSB manufacturing, pellet. You think of it, there are smarter people than me, about the wood industry. That could happen on the reservation. And then what happens, that kind of helps with this thinning process. It gives us jobs, it puts money into the community. And then you talk about fixing the Downs racetrack. That's not their fault that happened. In fact, my people in the Hondo Valley, although the acequias need a lot of repair, they are hurting because of the silt and the debris that went down there. It would have been much worse in some of those communities which are east of the Downs if the Downs hadn't actually stopped that debris from going down. They saved much of Lincoln County and the assets here. So when we talk about the concern about the anti-donation clause, I don't feel it's relevant in this case. We need to make sure that the damage that was done by the lack of proper management, that's where it lies. And I'm not pointing my fingers at Melanie over here. I'm really not.
I've only been doing this.
No, I'm not. I'm really not. It's really mostly the feds. But the fact of the matter is, if it wasn't for that, we would have had our season at the track. We would have had all those businesses not closed. The people that work at the track and all the industry around it, right? The feeders, the vets helpers, the horseshoers, even Fisher family wouldn't be out of work from there. This is important, and it's a synergism that if you recognize it, we can put money in strategically, reduce regulation, which is not a money thing, right? This is where we get free enterprise to actually start making a dent into the debts that we have as a result of mismanagement. And there's some other things that we suggested. How about having a walkway at some of these drainage areas in the village, like Austin does, Riverwalk. What a wonderful thing that would be for bringing tourists in. How about a tram? A tram that goes from the village all the way up to Ski Apache, and here's why that could work. It's a year-round thing, just like Sandia Peak is. But also, they could have their ski resort open beyond 1600 in the winter, because that road, regardless of how good Ricky does, that's a tough road, isn't it? And it's always going to be that way. Tram would eliminate a lot of that. These are some ideas. There's others. I don't want to take much of your time, but the point is that there's a synergism in this region. 8,000 people, permanent residents in the village, about 8,000 people outside of the village in the county. I know we talk about the village because the damage there is often more evident because it's concentrated. But most of the houses that were burned, of the 938 plus that we think we have, were in the county, right? So this is a regional problem with regional solutions. We meet every week at 0700 in the morning for an hour, and I think we've got some good ideas that, Madam Governor, if you could get behind a few, we would really appreciate it. We think it would make sense for this, what we think is one of the centers of activity and tourist and revenue generation in the state. And I think I want to push the racehorse deal. Without Ruidoso, you lose that round robin that we so much enjoy, going to Albuquerque, going to Hobbs, going to the Four Corners, down at Sunland, right? All that works because the greatest quarter horsing race in the world happens here. So thank you very much for your time.
That was a bad instruction, General. We want all your, I'm terrible. I mean, I get very little chance to boss them all around at once, so this is as good for me as it is for you. We want good ideas. We don't have all the ideas. We can be incredibly myopic. So I know that the Secretary wants to respond, who's responsible for the state forestry work. We have a tendency, right, wrong, and well, it's mostly wrong and indifferent, to follow whatever the feds do, right? So if you can have a single sort of jurisdictional issue, and we went a little, I think, I agree with you. I don't think that you're so controversial. And we have a tendency to do all of one thing. You can't go into the forest. We aren't going to thin. We aren't going to touch them. They can do it themselves, to overlogging, arguably, in some areas. And we don't do anything in the middle, ever. And so we have these catastrophic issues. We would like to do more in the middle. We are clear, if we don't do something different, even though I've got to figure out the feds, we can't sustain the resources to rebuild the state. Right? This state is in an extreme drought everywhere. And if we don't start to solve some of these issues, the next 20 years are going to be impossible to manage. So we want those stewardship ideas, and we're not going to bristle about getting into the forest and thinning them out. And I agree with you that there's a lot of evidence-based strategies now that let us know about any number of things that we may not have. I'll protect state policymakers before me and the feds. They didn't know it, maybe. The one thing I want to do is that it is clear to me that thinning and mitigating works. But we're going to have hot, tough fires in a lot of places we can't get to thin. That's part of the area here. Because these trees are so dry, they're explosive and they create their own fire weather. And it's really dangerous and very hard to manage. Which is why your idea about creating these better barriers to manage is powerful, and you've got something you didn't have before. The work that you're doing with Mescalero was highlighted last night by Mescalero leadership. Thanking the members and community here for leaning in, for supporting them, for understanding, for creating opportunities to do this regionally or jointly. And it's not about one entity or one place or another. It's about the state and the people who live here. I think we've got lots of opportunity, and I'd love to see that mountain open all the time. I'd like to see it open for skiing. And so we're working with them on some economic development, and I'll end with this. Love to see a tram. Trams are really expensive, and just I want the audience to know we have a lot of money in the state, and I'm proud of that. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. But we are really behind in roads and infrastructure. So when I get requests, we'll have $1 billion, which is a lot, a B. Sometimes we've got $1.5 billion, almost $2 billion to spend on infrastructure. I get statewide just from local governments. This doesn't include higher education, universities, other public entities. Those requests are just under 12 billion a year. So we have to make hard choices. And it's true, we focused on roads, water, wastewater, the kind of things that you can't have residents with if we don't get resolved. But I think you should lean in a little tougher. I'm with you. Let's think about economic development. And we've got a new economic development secretary who knows that we can't have a robust state if all the economic development is in bigger cities and in the southeast corner. That's not a design that's going to work over the long haul. And with outdoor recreation, here's a good thing. New Mexico's more than double the national average for that sector of economic development. It's still smaller than Colorado's, but it's growing faster than it is anywhere else with incredible outcomes. And this is a place that could use even more of that. So we're in, you give us those ideas. I'm gonna ask the secretary to say something, but I'm seeing her participate at 7 in the morning. So she's thrilled about that.
I have nothing to say, Governor. Let me say a few things and really like to weigh in on the governor's point about economic development in rural New Mexico. And a few years ago, and I hate to say it, I was in southern Colorado, just over from Chama, Conejos River, fishing, went hiking up in the mountains in the national forest, and there were so many dead trees you couldn't walk around. And again, to the governor's point, that's a huge fire hazard, that in and of itself. And I started thinking about what can we do, okay, with these dead trees to, one, prevent fires, a fire hazard, and two, promote economic development in rural towns. And I looked into it some. I was working in Washington at the time. Looked into it some. The answer I got was it's too expensive to move the dead trees. Okay, in national forest, too expensive. So I think we need some funding for that to move those dead trees. And I think your point about the fires are human-made and not taking care of the forest, it kind of reinforces some of that, but there's a lack of funding for that. And so I think we can use what's happened in Ruidoso and this area as an example of speedy, responsible, future-oriented recovery from this disaster. And so I've added two things to my list that we need to develop plans for, listening to your comments. The forest thinning around municipalities, I think, is absolutely essential, and disaster prevention, okay, and focusing on those things. And I don't think that this will be a $1 billion disaster, but I looked into the data in the United States. $1 billion disasters between 1980 and 2023. It was an average of 8.5 a year. In 2023, there have been 28. So you're seeing more of it. I mean, that's a huge, huge difference from the average. And so would love to make what's happened in Ruidoso and how Ruidoso recovers and how the state government and federal government works to help you all recover as an example for how to recover from disasters, which we're seeing more and more of. So thank you for your comments. You've given me 12 new ideas I've got to go analyze. So thank you.
This is Rob Black, Economic Development. And the governor's right about local economic development and rural economic development. I'm a kid from Lovington. I learned to ski up here. This is where we would come and vacation as a family. So in the role that these communities play to enrich the lives of New Mexicans is so important. So I couldn't agree more about that importance. One area I did want to flag, and it's something that had come up on those economic development conversations, was, I know, and we had a conversation with your deputy manager about this as well. I know you've got a couple of triathlons that could really be helpful, that you're working on, that you were planning to fund with some of your tourism, hotel tax, which is way down, lodger's tax, which is way down. We've already, myself and the Secretary for Tourism are already brainstorming about, are there ways for us to assist you in that effort going forward? So we'll be working with your teams on that as well.
Okay, so there's going to be a triathlon here, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Xterra.
You're going to put
No
on,
way.
yes you are. You're going to put on a swimsuit, my friend. Yes you are. Everyone, he put me into a swimsuit. He fibbed to me that we were both going to swim with the kids. And he let me do that as a geriatric woman in front of a bunch of community members who were very nice to me, thank you. But you're doing it, and I'll come back to make sure you're in your swim trunks.
Speedo,
Yes, Speedo. I'll buy him the Speedo, and you guys hold him to it, and we'll do the introductory something, and we're jumping in.
Yeah, I'll bring it on.
All right. No, you won't.
I don't know how you follow that, so I'm not going to try. Thank you very much, sir, for the robust discussion points, the idea generation, and the collaboration, which is exactly what Cabinet and your community is designed to do, engaging in this community. So grateful for that. I believe we have a question right over here. Yes, sir.
It's hot. There you go. My name's Wendell Bostwick. We moved back in here. I'm with my metal. We have a metal company in New Mexico. We come back to rebuild Ruidoso and help rebuild Ruidoso. It's an important part of our community. I have empathy with these elected officials. I had the pleasure of serving as a commissioner, as president of the Association of Counties, and I spent 8 years with the Insurance Authority for the Association of Counties. So I know there's big challenges there, and I, as a past, my experience, sometimes it's not about money, sometimes it's about help. And you guys sitting up there as cabinet secretaries have some excellent help. You may need to share help with the village offices or the county offices in helping them get through some of this paperwork, some of these permittings, some of these things that we have to do in order to be sure that we do it right. And I think sometimes as a commissioner, it's hard to ask for help. We can do it if you'll help us. But sometimes we throw up the red flag. We need some help. And as far as the insurance, I love the governor's idea about an insurance commission. If you remember about, and I don't know, my dad happened to be president of the Association of Counties. We couldn't get insurance for workers' comp in the state of New Mexico. And then we couldn't get insurance for the detention facilities in our sheriff's departments. You know what? We're doing it today, and we're doing it well. The Association of Counties has got a map on how to get that done. We had reinsurance from Lords of London. We had reinsurance from people all over the nation. You put it together, and you can make it work. So I'd encourage you that you look further into that and keep your ears open for what is not getting done in the counties and the villages, and help them get it done with your expertise. And it's not all about money, it's just help. So thank you.
Well, Commissioner, do you mind if I ask you to volunteer to help us think about that insurance concept?
Oh.
All right, because we put together that mutual fund and got it done. That was probably your work that I was referencing, and it's one of the best models in the country. So thank you for your leadership. 2, we've been doing some grant writers and some administrative help. I'm sure it's not enough. And so we want to do as much as we can. We want to embed as many resources as we can. Sometimes we are part of the problem. We have a lot of rules, and I'm going to sound a bit defensive, and that's not the intent. It's to recognize we got to figure it out better. We get into trouble if we don't have a series of rules that and hoops that you have to jump through before we send anything out. But they get to be so arduous, and then I complain that the feds do that to me, so it just keeps rolls, downhill right here. I think there's a better way to look at some of the regulatory structures. I will tell you something that I inherited that we got to fix, and that's the procurement code. I can't get a contract out unless every single one of these individuals, who I don't like that much when I'm trying to get money to you, signs off, even though it has nothing to do with what they do, on money that was appropriated for you. It makes no sense. It was an overreaction, I'm sure, to some governor, probably I worked for one of those, who did something that caused the legislature to overreact and then not scale back. We don't need that. So we're going to look at the rules. We're going to look at which people we can bring here. Clay wants to say something. He's very good at that, about figuring it out. So is Ally. So is everyone. So is Secretary Nair. We want to help build capacity at counties. And the other thing I'm going to need you to do, and the county commission, is when we say we're from the government, we're here to help you, no one likes that. And it's often we don't do it right. We need you all to help us lead in the Association of Counties and with the Municipal League. Because we have to start doing stuff together, because there's just not enough of us if we're separate. And I think this experience in this community could create some better work relationships for all of us, and I'm in. So I'm happy to hear your ideas, to lean in hard. And if you'll help me on this insurance idea, I'll just make sure I've got your cell phone number, because I'm going to call you. And let's put a bill together. I'm all in. I'm done having to say that people are going to be held hostage by the private sector when they did nothing wrong. It's not fair to New Mexicans. It's not fair to New Mexico. And I'm done. I'm done fighting with insurance companies that don't mean to help you or support you. I want them out of our state. Thanks.
Well, sir, I appreciate what you brought up. The thing that really stuck with me, you were talking about help and sharing. From day one, we've reached out to the mayor and the village deputy administrator. We've offered resources. We've been here several times in person. We're going to help with plan review. We're going to help with inspections. We're not going to step on their toes. We're going to do when they need it and what they need. So the mayor's already aware of this. We've met with them, and like I said, my CBO, a lot of my inspectors have already been out there. So when they need help with the plan review, you need help with the inspections, we're going to be there and ready, willing to assist. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Governor. And thank you, sir, very much for not only your work previously, the work you're doing now, and your idea generation, bringing those things to this forum. Thank you very much for that. I understand we have a question over here, Mr. Horwath. Is that correct?
Hi, my name is Mark Stockton. I'm from Santa Fe, and I'm the owner of a company called Disaster Relief. Since 2017, I've traveled the entire United States visiting disasters, whether they be floods, tornadoes, fires, whatever. And I want to make people here aware of something that most people are not aware of. Madam Governor just said, I'm here from the government, and I'm here to help you. The only thing scarier than that is to say, I'm with the IRS and I'm here to help you. Well, the IRS actually provides a casualty loss program that allows people who have experienced unreimbursed losses as a result of a federally declared disaster to write those losses off on their taxes and recover some of that money. And they can do it pretty quickly. The folks here in Ruidoso could file a claim against last year's taxes. The IRS says that they'll take care of those claims within 30 days. I don't believe that, but they'll take care of them quickly. And you can carry your losses forward until they are exhausted. And from the preliminary work I've done here in this community, I can tell you that there are tens of millions of dollars that the roughly 1,000 disaster victims have coming to them, but they need to be aware of the IRS Casualty Loss Program. So please tell them about it. I'd be glad to answer questions for anybody that has any, but they can look it up online. It's a real thing, it's real money, and it's immediate. So, thank you.
I'm going to have Secretary Shark Clark from the state's Tax and Rev, and she knows everything about everything. It's an area I have very little expertise in, but we ought to do the paperwork and the information so we make it easy for folks. And if we need to bring folks here to help navigate on that federal benefit, we'll do that too. I don't know where you are.
Good afternoon.
You better know all about this now, otherwise.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for bringing that up. That's a federal deduction, and so we can do a little research and see how, if at all, that plays into the state's taxation. I believe we would add back in the income so that the beneficiary of that federal relief isn't currently eligible for that in their state taxes, but that's certainly something we can look into and research. And yes, like the governor said, we'd be happy to do the research on that program and then make sure that we're helping and available to facilitate the federal.
Can I tell you to do one more thing?
Of course.
What are you going to say to me?
Yes.
See, this is why I like these, because when it's in the cabinet room, I tell them to do something, and they say, well, but in front of you guys, they're not going to do it. We can't control and deal with the federal IRS. They are really hard to get a hold of. I'm going to ask you to do something that's hard. Is we provide information with the contacts, that if we can have some of our own tax assistance folks, since we're right at that end of the extensions and now you're getting excited about the next tax season, if we could help make calls, that doesn't always do the difference, but it'll give you access to information to give to our congressional folks, and they can make things happen at the federal IRS so that we're not making it so hard for this community where we just keep stacking on, file this form, and nobody ever answers your call. So would you try to put together a task, I don't call it a task force, but a tiger team that would be available and will answer the phone. We don't always do the best job there, and I get mad about it. We're doing better. But this is something for this community, I think, that we could stand up, and I know that you've often had to stand those up as well. But I think we ought to try to do that. Does that sound like that would be helpful to the community so that you're not chasing every program, every issue? Done. All right, thank you, Secretary.
Got it.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for the question. I understand we have a question here on the right. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Madam Governor, and all the people over there. So my house got flooded, so unfortunately we did not have insurance. So FEMA is helping with certain things, but my question is, what assistance does state provide for people affected by flood who don't have insurance? And I'm sorry, I do not know whether the 70 million that you talked about is meant to be available for the people affected by flood also. And I'm sorry, I apologize in advance if it is a repeated question. Thank you.
Thank you. They're mean to me, every single one of these cabinet secretaries. Your question's probably the most challenging to provide the kind of answer that you deserve. All of the state money can go to any number of things that can limit further damages to where you live. So it's all the debris cleanup. We don't care that it's private property. We invest to make sure that you're not, because you're not in a public entity, that public funds can't go to rebuild roads, to take out the debris, to create protections, make sure you're safe. Here's what it doesn't do. It doesn't rebuild your house for you. And you heard the county, can I pick on you a little bit, Commissioner? It's not his fault. That's why I'm asking permission, because otherwise I wouldn't do it. Well, I might. The state's not allowed to provide a directed benefit to an individual. I know that sounds really weird, but is the anti-donation clause. So we collect your money from you, and then that's really our job, is to do environmental protection, economic development, roads, bridges, infrastructure, wastewater, access to clean water, and 1,000 other things. And this is a real hardship, because we don't build back people's homes. And if you don't have insurance, I don't know how we're gonna figure that out. I am very interested in thinking of something. And I'm gonna give you an example that doesn't fit right here, but it's something we haven't yet accomplished, but it's still on the table, and I think we can get it accomplished. People in Las Vegas and Mona lost their farms and ranches. And so here's something the state could do, is we could buy land, make it a land trust. You lease it to someone who's willing to ranch and farm and give back to the community, teach others how to farm. You know, you create kind of a mutual benefit so that they can go right back to that, and they're not having to build up their business while they figure out their house. Now, the North is also different than you in another way. Federal government is not liable, and neither is the state government, generally speaking, because the federal government started the fires, 3 of them in the North. Congress quickly passed a liability fund, which they have never done before, except in New Mexico. They did it before. They did it for the fire in Los Alamos. They don't do it for any other state. Maybe they don't cause such damage in any other state. I'm unclear on this issue. So you're going to see money that's public, but it's not state money, it's federal money, that is going to rebuild people's houses, going to get as close as they can to make them whole. That isn't available here. And it's the harshest, most unfair thing. And people made mistakes, not these people, no local electeds, that 70 million was going to get directly to an individual homeowner, and it's not. But we probably have room to be creative here. And I don't know I have no idea what I'm even suggesting. Housing environments that have long-term leases that have to go back to the state after something happens. And I've got the commissioner's got an idea, so I'm gonna go right to you. But it is not a simple issue, and then I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna sound defensive. I understand why the Constitution is built that way, because you get politicians like me who want to give money to people I like Allie. So it was intended to never allow that to happen. And 2, if we rebuilt after every single thing, every single house and business, the state would be bankrupt. And that is also true. So they tried to create these guardrails, and this is also going to sound really unfair and harsh, because we make decisions about where we live and what we do, and life is imperfect and has risk. But this community cannot falter. This is a beautiful place that is where people have raised their families. And we want you to still raise your family. So I don't have a quick idea, maybe the commissioner does, but today there's not a whole lot of resources for rebuilding. There are some. And we're going to give you some specifics. But I also want to sort of lay out the long game, that it's going to be tough. And I don't want to be unfair, and I'm not going to lie to anybody in this community about things I can or cannot do. I'll tell you the truth. But I want to solve more problems than anywhere else in the country. That ought to be what our goal is. So let's go. Can I go to Allie, because I'm missing a program? And then to Commissioner, if you've got some ideas, I want to hear them. And ma'am, do you mind if we do that to try to brainstorm about what we can do to make it better for you? Okay, go ahead, Allie.
Ma'am, one of the programs that does get turned on when a federal disaster does occur, it's federal dollars that get given to the state for us to do what we call private property debris removal. That program is eligible whether it's flood or fire, whether you have insurance, you don't have insurance, and whether it's your primary home or your secondary home, and it is free to you. I do have, but no ma'am, it does not rebuild, but it does help take care of the damages that you have inside. So whenever you're mucking and gutting the house and taking all of that debris out, the sediment that you probably have surrounding around the house, it will get all of that out so that way you can start working to rebuild. The second thing is I do have state disaster case managers who are in the back corner. Their intention is to be a one-stop shop for you. So you can go in with all of your problems, all of your concerns, and they're there to help you find resources. So they'll tell you more about the private property debris removal program. There's other federal programs on the table like USDA's housing program that they have information on. And then they'll also help coach you through and talk you through the FEMA application so that way you make sure that any kind of damages you have are wrapped up into that FEMA application.
Commissioner, let's get the commissioner.
Thank you. So one of the good suggestions, and actually an initiative that's come out of the task force, is leveraging the wonderful rates, maybe they could be better, from MFA for some of the mortgage support for private developers to actually bring in prefabs, double-wide trailers, good homes, and make them available at a rate that folks that are actually doing the work in the county can actually afford. And so I would encourage you, Governor, and your staff, your secretaries, to actually pursue that. It's where the state is actually helping to make the mortgages affordable. The state doesn't own it, and you have private enterprise, which again is part of this economic development piece, to bring housing to Lincoln County in the region. The Mescaleros need it desperately.
We're doing that. I might need you to write a strong letter to NMFA and some others, but buying down mortgages, making affordable housing, leveraging $200 million. And I don't know, ma'am, your situation, but here would be mine. If I was living here and my house burnt down or was completely destroyed in a flood, I would still have a mortgage. And what folks, and I just want you to know, it's not lost on me. I understand it. And then I got to figure out, even if there are these programs, and there are, and we're building, and we're going to bring more, I still have a mortgage for a house that may not be livable or sellable. And these are real issues that the state is not in a productive position because of the restrictions about what we do. And so I'm going to ask everyone in this community, I'm not going to come up with an answer like insurance today. I'd like to, but I'm interested in pushing the envelope while having you hear that it's a tough needle to thread because of everyone in the state. And people, for example, that had to figure it out in another community that burned or had a flood or a natural disaster, and we didn't do it. So when we have these ideas, and it's fair, New Mexicans come to the table and say, well, just 3 years ago, I got no help, so now add us. And pretty soon I've got $100 billion and I just want you to know, in my heart, I want that. I think if you stabilize families in our state and you recognize the goodwill of New Mexicans who are amazing, we do better as a state. But there are limitations, and I want you to know, I'm not likely to even win that in the legislature, but there may be something more there. So I'm going to ask everyone here to think about what that might look like for those folks who still have a mortgage for a place they can't get out of, but really can't rebuild, and putting them in a position to fairly be in housing. So I wish I had a direct answer, but I hope the takeaway is I'm willing to fight. I just need to figure out what that's gonna look like. So you've got a lot of smart people next to me and behind me, and I'm gonna ask them to help us figure it out too, and we'll come back to you. But I want to be cautious here. I don't want to overpromise something I can't deliver to you. And if you'd give us your phone number, we'd like to really lean in and see if there are ideas that we didn't think of in this moment that could be helpful to you and your family. Because we want you to do well in this community, and we don't want you to be burdened by something that is not your fault in the very least. That doesn't feel right to me. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Governor. We have some questions here with Mr. Woolworth. I want to thank the Commissioner and the Governor for the response. Daniel, you have a question? Is that right?
So, moving from maybe, say, the insurance problems that I know we don't have any instant solutions, what do we have coming for communications when something else happens like this? This is our second fire with no cell phone. Some of us had electricity, some of us had cable and internet, but for the most part, I mean, people ran everywhere with communication. I couldn't reach several friends on the mountain because for days, they had no idea we were evacuated even. So do we have something in the future coming that's going to be a centralized emergency notification? It was just chaos.
Good news, bad news. Good news is we're getting better at standing up those emergency communications in places like this that don't have universal broadband. It is not great, and we have a tendency to get more of it done after the fact. I mean, it's not quite this tough, not for you, but I mean for me. But almost, I find out about a fire because the mayor calls me and says, I'm looking at a fire before I see it on KOAT and social media. And no offense to you, and then the general calls me, all right? It's weird. You might assume that I get it immediately, but to your point, the communications is a problem. What we need is universal broadband in New Mexico, and we are very reliant on federal funds. This is a multi-billion dollars. You know, they identified the feds that we could probably do, everyone gets fiber for about $4 billion. It's not true. More like 15 to 18 billion, and we're not going to get that from the feds. I'm interested in addition, so we're getting more money, we're doing more for emergency operations, we're doing communications regionally. We want to own these emergency communications systems like cows, because here's what happens, and this will shock you. Well, maybe it won't. It shocked me, because when the mayor calls me and says, there's no cell service, I can't get everybody out of my community, and you guys better do something. And then I call the general and I say, you got 8 minutes to get over to that community and figure it out. And he says that the temporary communication systems, I gotta wait for it out of Arizona or Texas or Nevada. I'm livid, because there are only so many of those because the private sector owns them. And they don't make enough. And so where all the fires are, or all the emergencies are, they just sort of wait until one becomes available. I'm done waiting. So number one, we're going to be the owners or the managers, or we're the leaseholders. We're going to have those ourselves. And I'm in the process of getting that done because they don't make enough, which is ridiculous. And so that's one thing that you should know, is that an emergency happens, I got to stand that up, and I'm on a waiting list. I'm on a waiting list, which means you're not safe. Means the first responders and the police aren't safe. Means the firefighters aren't safe. Means the mayor and the county are left here flying blind. I hate it. So that's one. So we're going to fix that part. Two, I think there's a way to make a case to the legislature that the at-risk communities, which includes this one, have to be in the first serious tranches to finish our broadband investments, and that the state needs to fund those directly. And we can leverage the feds, their money, for places that don't have these risks. So we can do that in this legislative session. If there are other ideas that I am missing, I need to know what they are. That those are the two things. We've changed radios, we've got our own towers, we're hanging them ourselves. I mean, the way the system works is I'm reliant on whoever the cellular service provider is. They don't let me hang my own towers because we're competing. We fight over who owns what property and who's going to get paid. And it's mind-numbing. You're not safe when we're all fighting each other. So I'm just going to come in. It's going to make some of your private carriers cranky. But if we don't come in, I can't promise you that the next time there's an emergency here, that it won't feel exactly like the last one did. And I'm with you. It's intolerable. And we've been lucky. We're going to lose someone because our communications aren't right. So those are the two things immediately that are being done, maybe a third. The private sector's on notice that we're not going to put up with that anymore. But what I really need is $1 billion for a regional broadband system here. And we're going to have to ask the state to do more on the front end, because waiting for the federal, they give us these tiny allocations really in spurts. And so we do this much when I need this much in a community, and you don't even feel the impacts. So I just wanted to give you a sense about why that makes no sense and what we're doing to solve it for the emergency part. But the broadband investments, that needs to happen. And I think all of the mountain regions where we've got real fire issues have to be the priorities in the state. I really do. That's a very good question, and I thank you for raising it. I hope that are those explanations too much? Do you guys want me to stop talking, or is it helpful to know when you can't understand why the state isn't smarter about something? And we do make mistakes that are earnest and goofy, and we're gonna own them. But sometimes we're navigating systems we have zero control over, and I don't think New Mexicans know that, and it makes me livid. But it means that I have to go around those bad systems and find other ways to do things. And I think it's, I hope, helpful for you to know why things should be simpler, but they aren't. And I'd like to make them simpler here. You deserve that from us. Thank you.
The only other thing I'll add to that is we need to build redundancy in two places. One is fiber, especially to this community, because we lost it and it became an issue. So even when we're up and running, it wasn't quite working as well as it should. I think the other part is we've got to look at hardening our cell towers, especially those that are on forest land, and the regulations that do not allow us to cut back so they can survive. Because, you know, I think there was maybe back in 20 years ago when Tim Johnson and I were using our cell phones for MySpace, it wasn't a necessity, but it is today. And so we have to ensure that those cell sites stay up as much as possible. And the same for land mobile radio, because when they go down and the backup is a propane tank and it's out of propane and you can't get access to that road, we have to have the space to fly in, whether it's on a National Guard helicopter, and refill those tanks so that we can get those things up and running. And all those are things that we've had problems with in the last year. So those things we have to work on as well.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, General. You guys made excellent points. And from the broadband office, we are funding a lot of last mile projects. One of the things that I want to just highlight for you, last mile means the connection to your home. But if you do not have those resilient pathways that the General just talked about, if you do not have a diverse way to send the information, then you have a single point of failure. And so building out these middle mile networks, adding them underground where they're not going to be burned up, are absolutely critical in the infrastructure space. And this is part of why this broadband is hard to do and how much it's going to cost. And it's why we need to do additional funding from the state side to make sure we can build these resilient networks and that people do not have single points of failure to their houses, to a cell tower, to a government building where that broadband is needed for everyday communication.
Randall Camp, Lincoln County Manager. I just wanted to let you know what we're doing here at the local level. During Little Bear Fire, the village lost the fiber optic. The county lost fiber optic. The fire burned through the one line that serves the mountain. We learned lessons from that one. We thought we were being proactive, but there was still one single point of failure, which was the fiber optic line that served the village and the surrounding areas. Okay, so we hardened the towers, we put in emergency backup generators, did a lot of things. We overlooked a few things, and the technology changed. During this last fire, the fire was moving so fast, it burned over a lot of our towers, took them out. We lost the fiber optic again. So all communications go down. You can't even buy gas at a gas station if they have power with a credit card because there's no communications. You can't go to a bank because there's no communications for the banks to even work with the internet. So in our after-action evaluation, the county and the village working together, we came up with some plans. Basically a plan B down at the local level to try and, because we realize we have to be able to communicate to our emergency responders and to the public at large, because they need to know what's going on and what the threat is, and know when to get out of the way. So our plans now, well, the telecom companies, excuse me, this was an eye-opening event for them. Mescalero Telecom was actually integral to getting the communications back up, the internet back up here in Ruidoso. The telecom companies were working together to establish a backfeed. Out of that reaction or response, they came up with the idea of establishing a fiber optic loop basically around the top of the mountain so that there's not a single point of failure. If you burn through the fiber optic at one point, it's still serviceable from the other points. So we still have signal, you'll still have communication, cell towers will still work. We're also looking at siting an additional cell tower out in a low-risk area. But at the local level, because we're the county and we depend on volunteer fire departments, we've procured Starlink units for them so that they will have communications. And we're also putting up message boards at the key points of entry onto the mountain into the high-risk areas so that you can see a message. And these aren't the standard DOT yellow, orange, message boards that everybody ignores. I'm an old public works director, I know that. People don't pay attention then when you tell them to slow down. These are more like what you see at Chisholm, which is basically an advertising board. We were able to use that to get a message out. We have an agreement with them where we can put out emergency messages. But we're looking at this across the county at the points of entry so that we can communicate. If all systems go down, we have several layers to be able to communicate with the public and our emergency responders. During Little Bear Fire, I had to physically drive around to find my staff to respond to the fire because we had no cell service, no radio service because the repeaters were burned over. So now we're looking at building in some resiliency so that we don't have single points of failure. These are lessons learned. We get it. We're on it. We're trying to make it better. We're working with a lot of different agencies on this one. We're working with the HSEM, the state, the Mescalero. We're all on this together. So we're hoping to be able to avoid this in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the responses, experts. Gene, do you have another question on that side? Very good.
So my name is Pierre Pfeffer, Commissioner Alto. The matter of communication, since the McBride fire, has been front of mind. This isn't an issue that hasn't been solved in other places. But as the gentleman back here talked about it, there's been a failure of big thinking. The looping that our county manager has talked about, that's been known for a long time. It's not that expensive to loop fiber to keep it up. We need some help to get that done. Obeya would be nice. They're uninterested, from what I can tell, in anything other than unserved communities. So if we could get them to loosen up, or you give us special designation, we could harden our internet. And that's the source of communication. That's a twofold problem. You loop the internet, fine. How do you keep it running? You need electricity. We do not have hardened electrical in this county. We have what's called cascading. Doesn't work if a line gets cut. That's expensive. I had Otero Electric deal directly with Alley, I believe, and I'm not sure what progress is being made, but they're the sole supplier for Lincoln County except Ruidoso. They have a cascading system. Fortunately, they showed up for the first meeting. They said, if that line goes down, the county goes down. And they rushed firefighters to the place. But we should never have been left in that position, and I'm hoping Ally's working with Otero Electric to figure out how to harden our electrical system. Because fiber doesn't work without electric. So these aren't solutions that we have to come up with. They've been put in place in many other areas. I've got engineers in my community sending suggestions to the state, to Obeya. There are solutions out there. There's a lot of smart people out here. They live here. They understand the issues. And these issues have been solved in other places, and we can solve them here. But I think Obeya has to open up a little bit. I'd like to see the government a little more open to local input. And I want to back up one more second. You heard when we talked about fire, everybody started saying federal, federal, federal. That is your problem. I'm not saying they're to blame necessarily, but it hasn't been addressed. You cannot declare a wilderness area within 10 feet of a home and then say, sorry, you need to change that rule. I don't think you're going to get the entirety of the Forest Service, the Federal Forest Service, to change all their rules, but they could certainly create exceptions. New Mexico is not the only state with a problem. There is a nascent, but I think robust effort in Washington, D.C. right now to put together an amalgam of Western states, all of whom suffer from the same problem. We have wonderful senators and a wonderful congresswoman who represents us. But to have the entirety of the West Coast say, look, we're in drought season. Your wilderness rules don't work. You need to create exceptions. That's powerful. We don't have that voice yet. So I would specifically ask the governor to reach out to those in Washington who are putting together this nascent effort. Let's climb aboard. Let's get the entire western part of the United States to say fires are destroying the West. Sorry, right. That leads to insurance. Everything you've talked about, rebuilding, lack of insurance. Those people, if they had insurance, the mortgage wouldn't matter. Why can't they get insurance? ISO ratings, there's a multitude of reasons. But the FAIR plan ain't fair, and it's not much of a plan. What did work was federal flood insurance. Guess what this nascent organization in Washington is trying to do? Put together the western states to treat fire insurance like flood insurance. That can work. Ask this state and our governor to reach out to those people trying to put that together. It's a bipartisan effort. Not every western state is Republican or Democrat, but they all have fire issues. The drought is interminable. So let's deal with it. Let's get a voice in Washington and get some flexibility with the federal force. And I think that's how you can do it. Anyway, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I don't know if this is good news or bad news, probably a bit of both. I'm the chair of the Western Governors, and very aware that we're a solid and very effective bipartisan group. Real impetus has been on just dealing with water, which may seem a bit backwards with fire, but we're all not quite on the same page about who has what water and who owns what water. And my initiative, just so that you know, isn't fires, it's housing. The Western Governors, we're further behind than most states, many states, in doing affordable housing. So that's the thing I'm going to lean in on. But I think that getting us maybe to do a revisit and a policy paper, which does have impact, you are not wrong, on what Congress does and certainly what the White House does. Because it is the last, I don't know if you all know this, it's the last governor's group that's bipartisan. That's shameful, but it's the last one. So we have a little bit of power, productive power, for the people we represent and the West, which is different. The West is different. So I'm going to take that suggestion, and I'm not aware, which maybe I should be, and I apologize to you, I'm not aware of exactly what federal pieces of legislation related to some of the ideas of hardening and resilience and making sure that we're paying attention to the kind of communities in the way that we need to. So I'll take a look. I will tell you, which is a bit unfair to the Congresswoman, but Ben Ray Lujan is hot under the collar about the lack of smart investments through the federal government for fiber and resiliency and just smart, not brand new strategies, old strategies. So just know that he's a champion, he's recognized as such, and he's not been very happy with the Department of Commerce. I'm going to defend Obey, and then I'm not. I've been telling them, well, I think every day, get out in front. Get out in front and ignore the feds where we can, and challenge them. But part of getting the money through Congress required that communities and states, particularly like ours, where we still have people living on the Navajo Nation without electricity or running water, that the focus of those federal funds in what we are referring to across the country, that I agree with, I don't want to make it sound like I don't, that a just transition in energy has to be just, which means that they really focus on that last mile in underserved or unserved communities. So I want this community to know that statement's fact. And it means that we chase the federal dollars in that way. That's why I started with the state's gonna have to get out in front. I think, I don't know that I'm gonna fix that, because that would have to go back to Congress. And I don't know if you've seen what's not happening over there, but it's hard to move stuff through. But if there are active bills, particularly when they're gonna get a continuing resolution for those people who don't follow the machinations of the federal government, we get a lot of federal government money, so I pay attention. We can maybe get language in there. And we can certainly, when they start to do appropriations bills, we can get language in there. So those are good ideas, and I may not have been paying enough attention to some of those opportunities. So I'll bring it up to Western governors. You know, I don't even have to ask. I'm in charge. So they're just gonna have to write a resolution. I'll check the federal status, and we ought to maybe get a meeting together. You tell me what else you guys know about what's going on there, and I'll catch up. That was very helpful. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
I think you'll find that there are a number of people out there that are active in this effort, and I'll make sure you get in contact with them. Another concern we have, you look at the amount of federal dollars coming here, and it's substantial. I mean, people complain we don't see it. I get that. It doesn't move very quickly. FEMA drives people crazy. At the end of the day, it comes with a match. We calculated our match. It's about 8 years of our county's revenue. We can't afford it, it'll break us. I took a look at what happened in Hawaii. Hawaii, they waived the match. And the one constant I saw through that was a governor who continued to go back to Washington and make the case on behalf of that community that the match would break them.
We did the exact same, and they removed it, and we have now no state match on any other infrastructure.
Right.
So Josh Green, who's a great governor, learned that from me. Gotta pat myself on the back just every so often, or I get shorter.
We're still facing the FEMA act on that.
In a bunch of areas, you should not. So let me get to the bottom of that. It's not perfect, but literally, and I just want you to know, this is good stuff. I can tell you right now, and I'll debate anyone here for as long as you give me a microphone. You should not give, that's why we don't let you hold it, but they can't do that to me. It's fantastic. When we're not on the same page, but that's how you get to the same page. This is helpful to us, and we make mistakes, and we don't always see that the work that we intended is working at the local level. That's your job, and you're doing a great job, and I'm grateful. But we are clear that these matching requirements and the federal slowness is a huge problem. So we've been waiving that and fighting that, and these guys have been in DC, and I've been in DC, and I'm on the phone, and better, we bring them here. I bring the administrator, I bring the folks from the White House, and something else to know, that I'm so pushy and so bossy. I'm on the Council of Governors, where we get to tell the federal government the same thing that you're telling me, and it's valid. If you want a state to change, they need to know what they're doing poorly. That helps me. And if I want the federal government to change the things that they're terrible at, then they get me in the room, and I get to boss the Pentagon. So this is how we should be fixing things. It's valuable. And I'm going to see why it's still too hard, and Allie will figure it out. She's brilliant. But I'm going to see why it's not translating so well here. And I appreciate that you know as much as you do about these issues, because I meant it to the community. This is not what we have in every community. They don't know where the opportunities are. And they're completely flabbergasted by, because you've been working 24/7 for 2 years. And I think people here are exhausted. And I don't know how they keep doing it, but they do. And you're amazing, and we're grateful. So let me take a look at why some of that isn't translating here, and where I might not be totally correct about where we still don't have those opportunities. But where you can waive it, it's waived for New Mexico. And you're right, it requires a governor to tell them, we're not gonna pay it, you gotta waive it. And so I appreciate your letting the public know that I have some power, and I ought to be using it in every way that I can to serve New Mexicans. Thank you for reminding me. I will use my power wisely, and I'll do it for Ruidoso. Thank you. You got it.
I just wanted to, these meetings and love that the governor is having cabinet in your community, because we learn so much, we hear so much, it's just incredible. But listening to this, all of the things that we've talked about, electricity, native lands, rural development, wood pellets, biochar, insurance, communications, transportation, forest thinning, economic development, disaster prevention, affordable housing. I mean, the list is very long. Almost all of those issues are handled by different agencies in the government. And doing some cross-cutting work with interagency cooperation, I think is very, very critical if we want to make Ruidoso an example, as I said earlier, of speedy, responsible, future-oriented recovery. And so I think that all of us sitting here need to be working together to help you all address the issues and needs that you have. So.
Thank you, Secretary Kent. Yes, ma'am.
Do we have a Native American representative here? Oh, good.
I was gonna say yes, and we have liaisons in every department, and we have the lead of the Indian Affairs Department right here.
Oh, good. You know, you all are talking a lot about federal money. My name is Valerie Espinosa, and the importance and the abundance of it, and it comes through and it just takes forever. Who monitors the federal money? I am a former enrolled member of the Mescalero Apache tribe. I say former because I was illegally disenrolled and there was no monitoring of my tribal government. I was disenrolled for asking questions about my people's homes, about the fires. I've been trying to speak with you for quite a long time to address these fires. Since the cutting of the ribbon ceremony at the End of the Mountain Gods, the day of that ceremony, I was banished from my entities for trying to speak to you regarding the dangers of the fires and the arson that we're dealing with. My question today is, what are we doing to keep all of us to feel safe, to feel secure in our homes here in Ruidoso villages? These fires that we have lived through are still affecting us to this day. Our children every day are living through drills. Every time it rains, you know, this is a blessing. We should love to see the clouds rolling in, to see this moisture coming in, but it's a fear in our hearts. Our babies we have to talk to every day. It's not just any more financial. This is becoming mental. This is becoming a burden on all of us. Our stress, our children's stress, we can see it. What are we doing to ensure that these arson aren't going to do this to us anymore? What are we doing to ensure that we're going to stop them? And it's not a little thing, because you all had the Secretary of Defense here. You all had the Border Patrol here. We have a terrorist on our hands in Mescalero, and for asking these questions, you know, I've had a lot of things done to my rights. But my concern today is I now live in the village of Ruidoso. I've been kicked off of my reservation. My own people have tried to steal my identity. Who is going to keep me safe and all of my fellow neighbors safe from these arsons? And what are you all doing to protect us? Because I keep seeing this $10,000 reward, call us with tips. I can't tell you how many tips we have that are going unaddressed. And I would like to know why. You know, I've asked about the money that goes federally to my tribe. That's why I was disenrolled. Because I asked about the federal money, why my people are still homeless, why there's no treatment for my people, and why we just throw them in jail, violating their rights every day. And nothing is done. This money disappears. It's mismanaged. Millions, billions, not little. We have gotten billions 4 times now to build homes for my people. And I know you all see them. They're on our streets. You police have to deal with them all the time. And those of you that deal with them and treat them with dignity, I thank you. Because my people, you know, alcoholism is something that they can't fight. They have no resources to fight it. We help them. We serve it everywhere. But we're not truly helping them. So I've asked for this money, where it's going, who's monitoring it, who's going to monitor this sovereign nation that has completely demolished their tribe, taken all of their money. There's no money to give their people and no homes. There's none. I'm not speaking false things. You can look at it for yourself. They submit letters to their people telling them they're broke, and then they print out these 30-page, thick-coated Apache scouts informing them of things that they should be sitting down doing what you all are doing. And I thank you all for doing this, but you know, I can only hide so long. The things that I speak, my people need help. I can't go to my reservation and come see you all and come talk to you yesterday because every one of my tribal leaders has violated my constitutional right. And there was nobody to contact, not one of you to speak to. And believe me, I've tried. I've even gone and tagged you on Facebook. You especially, Ms. Grisham, because I've had no help, and neither have my people. And it's now affected my Ruidoso neighbors. So what is done to let them know that we're not going to deal with these arson anymore? We have actual tips to stop these people. I tried to tell you all before to stop this, and nobody spoke with me. Nobody answered, returned my calls. No Native American liaison, nothing can get, you can't get a hold of them.
I'm gonna, first, nobody wants anyone to have the kind of trauma that everyone in this community, yourself included. So this team and me as governor, I'm sorry for all that you're suffering. 2, I'm gonna make sure that the Indian Affairs Department reaches out to you, and for everyone here, social media and Facebook on my personal account, which is defunct, is not the way to reach us. And I'm unaware, just let me finish. I'm unaware, I don't know anything about you trying to contact me, but we're pretty good about following up, and if we've made a mistake, we'll get that corrected. But please, don't try to email me on my Gmail. I don't go there. Do not, because people are trying to raise money on that, I don't like it at all. I don't answer or look at any of those 20-year-old accounts. None of them. That's not how we provide information to the public. We have a whole different very professionalized communications. We'll make sure that you know how to do it, the info.gov, all of it, and then we'll make sure you've got some personal contacts. Happy to do that. So let's resolve that. That's not fair to you. You shouldn't have to chase us. Third issue. If the federal government is hard, I have no power, none, and I shouldn't, over any sovereign nation in this state or in the country. I don't set those rules. I don't do audits. I am not responsible to the federal government, to them. They are an independent sovereign. And in that regard, there are huge limitations that I frankly agree with. We do provide state money, and if they don't spend it or withdraw it or do it in the way that they're supposed to, they have to give it back, and we have gotten money back from sovereign nations. I can't tell you whether we've had to do that with Mescalero or not without, looking through capital or through the Department of Finance. So I can't answer that. Possible since I've been governor, certainly possible from before I was governor. So I don't want to say that's never happened. Fourth, we're building housing and doing more behavioral health right at Mescalero. That's happening as we speak, and I've got departments who can speak to that. Fifth, we want more behavioral health in this community. We sent folks during and after the fires and flooding. It sounds to me like we need more and more investments both in school-based health centers, hospitals, and community providers. So let's figure that out. I think those are powerful things. And then last, I don't do the federal investigations, and I don't have an answer about how to do more to protect us. We hold people accountable. We do the investigations. The FBI is involved. Where state police should be involved, they're involved. Where other federal entities should be involved, they're involved. And governors cannot and should not ever be directly involved in any investigation of those matters. They are done independently, and unless there's a serious flaw in that independent work, I accept whatever it is. We may have to talk about as a nation about what we do to reduce risk and to deal with traumas and people who are bad actors and who mean us harm. That's playing out all over America, and it is in fact playing out in far too many communities in New Mexico. And as everyone here knows, because I called this special session, I've had enough. I didn't get much help, but I'm going to keep doing it. I actually have one more. To get people the help that they need, which involves housing, that people don't stay in treatment. We have a revolving door problem in this state. It's a revolving door problem in many places, but most states have addressed it. We have not. I'm asking the legislature to address it. That means through a criminal justice system, but not putting you in jail, committing you to treatment, to get you well, fairly with actual behavioral health providers, or for families and on the civil side. You can't go to a program for 24 hours or 3 days. They do not work. People need treatment, both inpatient and outpatient, for months. And until we change these laws, I can't serve people. Families are left without any supports to do anything. And to give you an example, so it's not a blue state or a red state. Washington State, Oregon, California, Texas, Florida, New York, Colorado have all changed their laws, and New Mexico won't. And I need help on that and any other ideas. If you disagree with these ideas, then come to the legislature and you will be heard. But we need something different, because all we do now is have a revolving door, and people don't get treatment, services, supports, nor do they go to jail anymore. In most communities, they are not going to jail anymore. Where are they? They're on your streets and in your communities, all over the state. So I'm with you that needs attention. And again, if these are ideas that you don't think work, I'd be very interested in your expert opinion. It matters to me. But I'm very frustrated about that. But doesn't solve your problem with the Mescalero Apache Nation. I have no way to deal with enrollment and their decisions. And the federal partners and the state partners are well aware that they need to do as much as they can to hold all people accountable for arson and related misdeeds. And then I need these investigations to be professional and accountable, and I expect that they will be. And that's basically my role in those things. And I'll make sure that you know how to contact us. And I'm going to let the Indian Affairs Department make sure that you know how to reach them always.
Thank you, Governor. Just to reiterate, thank you, ma'am, for your question. So I'm Josette Manette. I'm the Cabinet Secretary for the Indian Affairs Department. I'm going to make sure you have one of my cards before I leave so that you can reach out to me. We do have constituent representative in our office too, so either myself or somebody in my office will reach out to you. I do want to echo what the governor said, that the state cannot tell a sovereign nation what to do. That's across the board for any federally recognized tribe, and so throughout the nation. But we can absolutely have a conversation. So I want to make sure that you get my card before I leave, so that you can reach out to me directly.
To bring security back to our people, to feel secure, to rebuild, for people to come in and build. The insurance isn't just the hindrance, it's the security. If they build, is it going to burn again? That's my main question. Yes, the tribal sovereignty, I'm completely aware that you all have no control, but I did need to know who was here to speak to. I'm very aware of the need for behavioral health in our state, not just in our tribe. My point was, our tribe has received funding for it, but my people don't receive the treatment. That's my point. So that would go to you, Ms. Monette. There are many things that my sovereign nation has gotten away with that is now affecting the Ruidoso villages. My point is, how are you all going to bring security to Ruidoso? You spoke about the broadband and bringing in communication, and without it, it could cause casualties. It did. It did. These are things that need to be prioritized, and your answers, we're here till 4. Your answers are very repetitive. I don't mean any disrespect, but you need to cut it brief. They're repetitive. We need answers.
I think we should probably work more directly. I don't really understand your question. We're funding firefighters, we're funding guards, we're funding police officers, we're funding private security, we're putting more money, $1.5 billion into public safety. We're doing cross-commissioning for all the sovereign nations. We're putting more state police in every single community. We're taking on community policing in places we've never. I've got guard and police where they can be at the border. We are doing everything. If there's a specific thing that creates security in a way that I don't understand, this would be something I can get more directly from Indian Affairs. We want to know what that is. But I don't want you to think that that's not happening, and I have no reason to suspect that Mescalero hasn't been spending the money we've been giving them in the way that they're supposed to. But we'll look again.
Thank you for the question and the responses. Very good.
For coming, all of you, thank you. And thank you for your invitation to me. My name is Jody Lacewell. I'm City Councilor for the City of Ruidoso Downs. And since this catastrophe has started, we've been unbelievably fortunate to not have been affected because we don't have strong leadership in our community. You're looking at probably the strongest right now. I'd like to thank Mayor Crawford for helping me and our community in every way that he can. And for these county officials, thank you, gentlemen, thank you. Without them, there'd be nothing for us. Because we were so minimally affected, I feel bad to say, Mayor Crawford, help me with this, when he's got big problems. Our problem is limited to mostly mud. This lady sitting here next to me lives in that neighborhood below the racetrack that keeps getting flooded. And
question is probably a federal question. How can we make the river so that it won't be bending around that neighborhood and stopping the water? Is that a federal question?
We're gonna have to do more upstream and work on, this is awful. And I'm gonna go to the experts that understand how we invest in trying to mitigate and manage where flooding occurs. When we put up diversion strategies, they work temporarily and then the water just finds another way. And then we'll go there and we'll try to buttress that up, and it wants to come downstream. Even though, we can do more to block it, but, and I wanna, because I won't fib, we're still cleaning up flooding debris in Mora and everywhere there's been a fire. We've got fires that are 12 years old that we're going out and cleaning up riverbeds, acequias, and people's houses. And we do all the upstream work, and it just finds a way. Now that I said that, we have to really start looking at this incredible flow, which is worse than I've seen nearly anywhere in the state. And we're gonna have to look at some diversions that are a bit out of the box. And I'll be unfair. Like Albuquerque, they're all concrete, they're huge, and they're there because otherwise one monsoon and you would wipe out whole neighborhoods in Albuquerque. And we're gonna have to start thinking about that. It does change the rural nature of this beautiful place, but we are gonna have to really think about the next decade. And I don't know that we've done enough there, because we've been drinking from a fire hose, all of us, and we're trying to do the day-to-day work. But it's time now to start thinking about, you can't have this every single day. No one can. No human can keep living through that. It's too hard. And so let us take a look. So first thing we're gonna do is Allie's gonna figure out a way to get your house cleaned up and support you. We're gonna do that immediately. All right, we gotta figure it out. Her husband's 84, this debris getting into their water well. That means they don't have clean, safe drinking water. So I'm gonna get a team over to your house. Can we go today? Sure. Okay, surprise. So we're gonna go today. I guarantee you I won't be able to fix it all. But we can do better, and let's see if we've got some ideas when everyone's right there together to get you as protected as possible. Here's what we don't want. And Counselor, I don't want you to move. I don't want you to feel like nobody cares. And I know that they do, they care. But we need to do more, but it's gonna be a long haul. So it may mean some more barriers around that neighborhood. It might mean some more upstream work, so OSE, transportation, environment. We're gonna have to look at where these patterns are. I'm gonna need the local, these guys know where every tree is and every watershed area. It kind of actually is intimidating, but good for them. So we need to really think about it again and look at the mapping and see even if we could get some folks, let's do some infrared work and see if we can get a little bit better updates about what we think is gonna happen and weather patterns for the next 24, 36 months. And just do a little more. And then also, if I can help, I mentioned to you, that the mayor took a geriatric woman and put her in a swimsuit in front of the press, did not care one bit. Can I help? It's hard. I don't have the physical strength to do the work around my house anymore. I just don't, and I'm willing to tell you all that right now. When I'm mucking a goat pen, I need help. And when I'm feeding animals and I'm taking a 50-pound bag of dog food, I can't do it myself anymore. Okay. But I'm pretty good about saying I need some help. And when I was sitting with John Arthur Smith, I said, you need some help in your house. And I'm gonna make sure that happens. Can I call you and talk to you about things that I could do for you and your husband that just take the edge off these risks? Would you let me do that? I'm pretty good at it. Okay, tell me your name again. Miss Williams? Pam Williams. Michelle. Pam, I'd like to get to know you better. Let's see what we can do. But I'll send a state SWAT team. They'll follow you after this meeting, and let's see what we can do, but let's get it cleaned up as quick as we can, Ellen. You're welcome. I'm sorry. It's so unfair, but your community clearly cares about you, and we want to help them do more for you. Thank you for living here. You're welcome. Thank you.
I'm a community member as well. I've lived here the past 8 years, and I was very fortunate to survive the fire, and the village did a good job of encouraging those of us that live here to buy NFIP insurance. Thankfully, I bought it on July 1, and then the flood destroyed my home on July 9th, and then on July 20th, it took down my walls. My home is, it's irreparable. It's gonna have to be demolished. I have multiple compounding issues. Okay, my first one, let's start with FEMA. I'm not gonna complain because I have received assistance, but I'm gonna talk about the things that aren't adequate. The first thing, they gave me rental assistance for $667 a month. You cannot live anywhere. You can't live in a shack here for that. So I have appealed that. Literally today, FEMA called me and said that my appeal was inadequate. And the reason why they felt like it was inadequate was because the system won't allow you to put every single document that they require as your evidence in one upload. So I did multiple uploads. Well, thankfully today, when I went over to the other side before you guys arrived, one of the gentlemen that's helped me all along, he called the 800 number and informed them, she's done it correctly, but you guys didn't bother to open all the attachments. So $667 a month is one of my compounding issues. Another one is with NFIP insurance, the max allowable for your building is $250,000. The max allowable for your contents is $100,000. That didn't come close to the coverage that I would need for my home. I am not a wealthy person. I was blessed to inherit my home from my grandparents when they passed away. And I work at the community college, so I don't make much money. So I was very fortunate to live in the beautiful home that I did. And so now that I have this coverage, I just received my loss of use report from my adjuster. And what I'm coming to find out, even though every single thing inside my home was brand new as of 2017, it's being depreciated at 50%. So I'm maybe going to get $50,000 for my content portion. Surely for the building, considering my walls have come down, they will give me the full $250, but I don't know that yet. And then my third compounding issue that I just learned this week, and I love my village, and I understand that things have to change as a result of the fire, which I would still have a home if the fire hadn't happened. There was no flooding in my neighborhood prior to the fire, but unfortunately I live in the Upper Canyon, and both burn scars converge at Perk Canyon, and it destroyed my home. So now I'm learning, because my home is destroyed more than 50%, the odds of me being able to rebuild on my only asset I own, my land and my home, are next to none. So I don't know how I'm ever gonna be made whole. I love my job at the college. I don't wanna have to leave Ruidoso, but it may have to be. And I was so happy that I survived the fire. I know a hotshot that worked it personally, and I've thanked him, and I know he was really sad that I lost it to the flood. Thank you.
I am so sorry for your losses. And I hope that's coming across. Nobody here did anything to deserve to have your lives be completely upside down. And they are. I'm gonna have Allie make sure that she's engaged with you directly and appeal. And I know she knows, she just said to me, but we can do more, including that's a case you ought to give to me to talk to the administrator about. So why don't you do that today, and I will call her directly. 2, this is a really weird idea. This is how I get myself into a little bit of trouble, but I actually encourage the cabinet to do that. It's too easy for government officials, myself included, to just say, well, that's how it works. You know, you don't get made whole. Insurance companies don't provide it all. And now that you're in a flood zone and you weren't before, you can't build it. So you don't have valuable land that you can use to get land somewhere else. And I know, Mayor, you're struggling with this too, because we're going to come in and tell you you can't build in all these places now. That is my job, to give that bad news. I have a weird idea that I just thought of because of your courage to tell me what you've been through. Could there be a way for the state to buy up some of these areas, whole areas, that would be part of your barrier, right, to protect against fires, that natural barrier? You can't be right there for a house. Parks is a hardship because if it's going to flood, you're going to lose your park. But there's got to be something where we spend money there and buy it from you so that you are closer to whole, so that you can stay in this community and rebuild. Now, I'm pretty sure that an arrangement like that can work legally with the state. I don't get to appropriate my own money, I just get to ask for it. I also want you to know that even though there's been a lot of publicity about me and the legislature on public safety, the legislature's been very generous to its constituents. I don't want people to worry about that. That's not something I'm concerned about. And in fact, the mayor was right there at the special session when I was getting nowhere, and we knew this bill was going to get upstairs, right? So they understand they have a responsibility to this community, bipartisan. So I'm not too worried about that. We just got to see what the total numbers are. If you can help us get community members who cannot rebuild where they are, but that's their asset, that land, and to think about other places where we could build beautiful new communities, I think there might be an interesting public interest in a trade. Because without residents here, we don't get to rebuild Ruidoso. I can't promise that people get to rebuild exactly where they were. I'd like to. Won't be safe for you, won't be safe for the community. No one will insure it. And it just doesn't make good sense, and someone's going to lose their life in that design. But if you'd work with us, I bet, I'm looking at Wayne, you got to figure out the anti-donation clause issues. I need that figured out by tomorrow at 9. Yeah, and condemnation, well, we've got ways to do that, but get mad at the mayor, not me. Somebody has to be mad at you for something. It can't just all...
Oh, it never happens.
Oh, okay. But there's some ways through. So I'll call the administrator about your case. I can't promise I win it, but we've got a pretty good track record. Is that a fair thing to say, Alan? I got a pretty good track record. And for other people, for your local elected leaders that are getting unfair treatment, you need to I know you do, but let Allie know again. And then Allie, you let me, in the general, you let me know who I need to call about, and I will. I'll make those calls myself. And then let's see if we can't start to look at some development areas where we do this trade. Because that's the way, because nobody else is going to buy that land in a flood zone. So these families are stuck. What do you think about that? Does that have any merit at all? Am I onto something close?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I like that, absolutely.
Very much so, Governor. The county we've been working within RCS on watershed restoration. They just let me know about a program they have to buy out, because they can work with private property owners, that has been used in a couple other states, Alaska being one of them, I believe Virginia, I'm not sure the others, where they will buy out areas, properties that are in the floodway that basically have been deemed unsafe at market value, and actually pay for relocation. So this is in the infancy. We're trying to flesh this out right now, but no, you're precisely onto something. The big issue right now that Lincoln County and the village would have is, I believe that program also has the 25% match associated with it, and you can really see what that is going to do to us.
So let's make sure that we deal with the match either by the state or with the feds. I don't know that I can win with the feds. And then the feds are slow, and it sounds like I'm just deferring blame. Everyone has a system that's aimed at being accountable. And I don't want to make it sound like your federal government doesn't care about you either. That's unfair. And a lot of the money that we're going to rely on is going to come from the federal government. So we need it. But if we need to front load it and then get reimbursed by USDA and others later, we should do that. The sooner we're building houses and the sooner we're doing watershed restoration, the sooner this community gets back to a place where it's thriving and not to a place where it's suffering. So I'm willing to do that, and I think the legislature would support that. They've been very good about front loading, and then we get the money, and it's my job. Then I take the fight away from the county and the mayor. They don't have time for that. And you. And we put ourselves in the position to fight for what's rightfully ours while you're made as whole as possible. So I'm willing, if you'll let me know whether we need to front load that, let's just assume, and you'll have to tell me how many places. I may not have the bandwidth to do every single place because it's 1,000 homes, but we ought to triage for the folks who really have no options here. And I would rely on you and your residents to help me navigate that. Would you do that? Does that sound like that gets you the kind of hope you're looking for?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing your story. All right, and Allie, because you guys were talking behind my back. Trying to solve the problem for me, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Governor.
She's great.
Hello, I'm James with Godwood. I'm a general contractor within the area. I'm located out of Ruidoso. And this really doesn't affect this, but it has a tremendous lot to do with it. There has been 26,000 acres of trees has been burnt. We've went through and FEMA has cut them up and hauled them to the landfill, paid big money to haul it to the landfill. When you have a business like I do, which I do firewood wrapped and bulk, I do wood shavings, bag shavings, and bulk shavings, supply the racetracks with shavings. And the major concern that we have as the contractors is they're tearing all this stuff up and taking it to the landfill. They say it's got problems with it. Well, if you run a fireplace, it's been burnt. What was wrong with it there? And if it's not wrong there, then why is it wrong when it burns in the forest? So I have big issues of us spending money. Instead of spending the money and taking the wood to people that can utilize the wood, we're spending money to take the wood to a landfill and filling up our landfills and accomplishing absolutely zero. And I'm one of the bigger ones probably because the federal government has financed a huge part of my business as far as a big log splitter. And so this last year I received a $300,000 wood splitter, and we don't have wood to use. There's no place. It's sitting here, and give it another 8 months and it'll be no good. We cannot use the wood that's here in another 6 to 8 months. And it really doesn't matter because we're hauling it all off. And it's like, why don't they pay us to take it to locations? I have 160 acres in Tularosa. I have not a tree on it. Where's it at? It's in Roswell. It's in Otero County. It's in landfill in Oro Grande. I mean, it's all over the place, but where people can use it. And I don't understand why. And I'm excited that you're here and the cabinet's here, because we actually get to see you and actually talk to you. It's pretty hard not to get to do that. We bring up things, nobody responds. So now I get to see your expression. And it's like, this is the best thing I've ever had. I stopped what I was doing. The state has given me a job over on Clackaw side. We're doing 9 acres over there. And what are we doing next? The Forest Service puts a 0 out. We've been begging for wood for the last 5 years, and there's one logger over there. We have one logger on Muscalero. And that pretty much makes it to where they pick the price for you to live on. And if you can't afford to load of logs, you're not in business. We don't have the resources to allow us to grow as business. If my business, if I could grow, I could hire 10 people today. I work by myself because we can't get no wood. Thank you.
James, it's nice to meet you. Can I call you James?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to have the bad news bears behind me talk about environmental concerns with debris and where we can boss feds and where we can't for some of those providers. But I think there's a lot of middle ground here. I'm clear. We don't use the resources that are right there in the forest right now. We know that there are productive uses for partially burned and even some of the burned debris. We need to do that. We can't just fill up landfills. That creates other problems. And we want you to hire 20 people right away, not just 10. Small business in the state of New Mexico is the lifeblood of our economic work. And if they aren't making it, we're in trouble. And so I need to help figure that out. I'm going to have these guys talk about where they can maybe interfere in some of those efforts. And I've got a weird question to ask you. Are you on our state purchasing agreement? Do you know?
Then I believe that they had a change in it, and I don't know if I got told about the change because of lack of communications.
Okay.
I mean, like me, I had a gentleman call me from here and text me and say, you got to get here, because I was out in the woods working. So I stopped what I was doing, went, jumped in the shower, and zoomed from Ruidoso up here, just so I could actually have this opportunity.
Well, I'm so glad that you're here. Yeah, and next time, don't feel like you got to take a shower. Just get here.
I don't know if you like me. I'm pretty dirty.
You don't mind if I tease you?
But oh, by all means.
All right. So we want as many New Mexico contractors and businesses in the business of serving New Mexicans as we can. So I'm gonna get Anna Silva, GSD. You're gonna make that happen. And so you don't go anywhere, sir. I'm going to have Mr. Kenny explain, Secretary Kenny, the things I can't explain about some of the environmental issues I don't have much navigable room in. But we are doing better in the north about reusing and getting access to lumber. It's not enough. We'd like to do better in this community, and I think that you could give us some ideas about how to invest in you and others fairly. I got to compete others, so that we get it done. I'd like to do that. I'd like to do more of that. So Kenny, take it away, and then you guys make sure that we can do that with James. Thanks.
Okay, James, from another James. So a couple things. There are 3 temporary storage locations that we permitted through our Solid Waste Bureau at the Environment Department here in Ruidoso. But you are right that there's a lot of waste moving to Roswell and Alto Terra and other places throughout the state. So those 3 locations that are here are the places in which those logs and debris would be laid down. I'm going to say this, we should not be landfilling wood waste. We should be recycling it, and that's the plan. That's not aspirational. That's what's happening. If you know differently, I'd like to know that as well. And finally, I'll just add here that the Environment Department can deem you as a contractor a solid waste hauler, and we can do that quickly in an emergency situation like this. So I'm gonna come out and talk to you a little bit about that so that we can get you sort of on the procurement list. It is a procurement issue with our General Services Department, but I have different authority in emergency for solid waste haulers like yourself, and we can make that system work to your advantage. I just would add that you're right that wood is a commodity, and we want to make sure that if it can stay here, it doesn't go to our landfills. So you and I visit a little bit further, but I have a lot of levers I can pull and help you out right now.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Governor, let me add in here. First of all, we're not hauling trees to the landfill right now. They're stored, we've got them bunked and stored out at the county yard out Airport Road, and we're actually in the middle of kicking off a program to actually do exactly what you're talking about, is find homes for these trees, these burned trees, which they're burned, they're dead, but they're good wood. It would be a shame to landfill them. Now, what we are landfilling is debris from the flooding, because that's all mixed debris. We're landfilling the concrete that can't be recycled. We're recycling steel. We're trying to find homes for all of these products because none of us want to waste a resource. So actually, we have some beautiful logs sitting out at the county yards. We're working with State Forestry. We're working with Laura Goff. We're in the middle of trying to flesh out a program that will take it even beyond what we're already collecting out there at the county yards, from the cleanup operations, from the debris removal, from the right-of-ways. There's a lot more timber there. So we're looking for people who can handle it and who can process it and find other homes. So I would like to get your card or your contact information, put you in touch with our team. But this is exactly what we're trying to do, is to make lemonade out of the lemons that we've been handed.
The most important thing to accomplish is you have to have the people that's processing the wood, they have to cut it to the right lengths. When they cut it in little chunks, it defeats the purpose. The sawmill takes anything from 1 to 20, or 1 to 33, or 1 to 40s. Or you could even do bigger, we can do 50s. So if you have the people in the front line processing the wood correctly, we can get rid of everything that you can process. I mean, that's an easy deal. The hardest part is, I came up here several different times, the power company was cutting down along the lines, and they called me and said, hey, come and get this. You can't put an 8-foot piece on a log truck. That doesn't happen. And so the key is there's several people that will utilize the wood, providing we don't wait too long. And with that being said, if it's the right lengths, you won't have a problem, and you don't have to take it to a landfill. And I have enough land that if we need to run it every day, and you want to bring 30 truckloads or 100 truckloads to me every day, you're not going to fill up 162 acres. Promise you.
Excellent. Well, right now I have saw logs sitting out at Airport Road on the county yards, and I know exactly what you're talking about when the 8-footer is useless to a mill. But we are trying to find homes for it, and we're actually trying to structure a program. I would like your contact information so that I can roll you into our team to solve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. I have 2 questions. I'm going to bring you back, and I think we have a gentleman here who's been waiting patiently. So if I'm correct, we'll go here and then here next.
Okay. Hello. This question's for the governor herself. My name's Elizabeth Grant, and I'm a photographer. I brought 10 prints of my work in the darkroom, and I was wondering, could we have a spontaneous portfolio review after this meeting is over? Can you make me tall? Pardon? Can you make me taller? No, I can't do that. All right, I'll do it. Okay, thank you.
What an honor to have an artist invite me to participate. It would be my honor. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
You bet.
My name is Cliff. I'm up here representing my son's place that burned up on Davis Drive. And the contractors around there are price gouging removal. And we've been working with FEMA. They came out, marked the trees, they came out and did the assessment for the environmental study. And for 3 weeks, there's no response from the state for the removal. And I was over there trying to talk to somebody, so I've been sitting over here for 3 hours. And just trying to get something done. And as far as the floods, I had a lot of friends on Fern Trail where the bridges in Texas, a river is a river. To me, this is a stream or a creek. But when it flows, you had a major river, looked like the Colorado River. But when you build bridges, and I was an engineer from NASA. I turned 80 years old tomorrow, so I'm kicking it. But when you build a bridge 2 feet over the stream, it's a dam with all the debris. And that's what happened. Down on Meacham and Sutter, it wiped out that whole corner. But the culverts are 3 feet wide. They can't take care of all that water. And that's common sense. So when you rebuild a bridge, you can build a bridge that goes over like that, not flat. Give it room. But anyway, back to my first question is the removal. And these guys wanted $17,000 just to take this small trailer stuff off. And I could have done it if I had a Bobcat and a dump deal. But, you know, nobody's called us. And he's called and called. And I know the Corps of Engineers or the Army engineers down there. They're down there at Hull and Paradise Canyon, and they're working their butts off down there trying to make that, because it wiped out the whole road at that particular place. And I know the mayor knows that. But anyway, that's my last beef. If we could get something from the state to let us know when they could remove something. Because everything's been marked and everything's been deemed hazardous free. And that's it. Thank you. And you need to run for president and not Kamala.
That's very nice of you. Typically, that doesn't happen to me in a town hall. So, particularly when you have to start with, you've been trying to reach us. So and this is, and I mean this in the nicest way. We do make mistakes every single day, and these guys are used to working with me. I want stuff immediate, and I want them to think out of the box. You need to let us know, and we can do it a little more privately, but if it's Ricky Cerna at DOT needs to know that his team didn't get right out there, and he wants to know, and he needs to know, because if he doesn't know, then I'm gonna ask him. And they're good. And if it's Allie's team, then we need to know where we went wrong. And if it's the feds, then, but we need to know that. So I'm gonna come at the end of this, we're gonna come over there, and 3 things are gonna happen. 1, we're gonna get our state teams deployed to get your debris removed. 2, I need to know the name of the contractors that are gouging. That's very valuable information for us. I want it. And then 3, don't be, discouraged when we want to know where you called and you didn't get a call back, because I can't fix that for someone else. And I promise to be fair, and I trust this team. And they work really hard, and the reason that we do well together is that we tell each other the truth. And when one of us isn't pulling our weight or something broke, we all work together to get it fixed. So I don't want you to think that I'm going to fire someone or something terrible. But we do want to know, because we can't fix it, and then somebody else, we're going to be gone, we won't be in a town hall, and they won't be able to reach us. So I need to know where that went wrong. And that was very kind of you, and this is unfair because people have been sitting a long time. I don't get out enough, that's my fault. I love this job, and if you think we're doing a good job, I'm sorry, you're evicting me in 2.5 years, a little less than that. And if you think I'm doing a terrible job, the good news is people are going to ask for this job. And you need to make sure they come out here and talk to you about what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. Because we should feel like we work for you, whoever you are, wherever you are. And that's important to me as a New Mexican. And that was very kind of you. I really do love my work. And I know that we haven't done everything right. Gosh, if I had If I had 20/20 hindsight on any number of things, that would be a very useful tool, but I don't. So I make the decisions that I think are the right decisions at the right time. But on this one, I can do a better job for you and your son. And thank you for being here and being patient. I appreciate you. You're welcome.
I'm gonna answer this question because the gov likes Ally, and so I might get fired after this. But private property debris removal is what I think we're talking about. So right now, we've got about just under 750 homes or private properties that we're gonna do removal on. We're today probably turning the corner on about 100 that have been done. Our case managers are in the back, and so what I need you to do, sir, is if you can hook up with them and we'll meet up afterwards, what we need to do is let you know where you are on the list, because we're working all over the city, but there's a lot to be done. And we may just not have gotten to you, but we have to be better about letting you know when you can expect it.
Give me that. You are fired. Can I fire the general? I can't. No, you're never gonna get fired. I'm gonna write you a letter of recommendation for the next governor so that you can never get out. But where we can maybe fairly push the envelope a little and find some other folks like James, who was here, said I can do these things. Let's try to do that, because what happens then is people get so frustrated, and knowing that you have to wait and you get more damage for 6 months. So I'm really interested in making sure the general tells you the truth about where we are or aren't. Thank you, General, I think. But I'm always good at finding a way to be fair to everyone and making you work just a little harder. How hard is it? Can I get certified to drive a tractor? How hard is that? What? Go ahead, say it. You don't think I can do it?
I think you can, Governor.
I'm going to get certified to drive a bulldozer, and we can get folks out here. We need to think out of the box. I want to do both. We're behind because it's a lot of work. I want to catch up faster. This is how government works. We do this together, frankly, really well, where we support each other to do more, and that's what you should expect from us. Thank you, General, for keeping me honest.
Richard Viescas. I have a ranch outside of Ruidoso Dam. One of the biggest, I don't know if people are actually going out there and looking at our rivers, but what we've been finding now is on the banks of our rivers, you can't even see the rivers in some areas because there's so much willows. We got salt cedars down in there, and this year when we had the flood coming, I'm watching from my house, and the next thing you know, my next door neighbor, it became a dam effect. It bottled up, became a dam effect, and that's what's pushing the water even farther upriver to Ruidoso. If they would go in there and start cleaning these rivers up, I know 20 years ago, I know that the real, the river in Rosa, what's the name of that, Rio Grande? The Pecos River, they went in there and they actually killed all the salt cedars. First of all, salt cedars, how much water they drink in a day? Quite a bit. Always talking about we don't have our water's, it's very important. But you gotta go look at the rivers. Start from Ruidoso, go all the way to Hondo, and you'll see where it's just dam effects. They're damming up my river, my banks. If it would have been clean, I think those banks would have never got so high. But they're just bottling up, and they have no place to go, in other words. And you'll find logs, you find everything in there because it's just so tight. It just has no place to go.
My name is Netta Viescas. I'm his wife. The river, it grew. I don't know how wide it was. If it was maybe, 25 feet? Okay, no, not right now. What was it before? What? Okay, and it's 50 feet now. It tore apart a lot of the, and we couldn't even get home. we couldn't go to our house. Our house is fine, but we couldn't get home. The crossings they were unbearable. I mean, we're talking about a river that normally is probably from right here to that right there, and it grew to basically that white wall to that wall. And that's where, it was actually bigger than that. It even went up on our land where it has never gone. We've lived there for about 15 years, 16 years. It's never gone up there, never. And it went all the way up onto our land. Our house is fine, we're fine. But when you can't get home, what good does it do? We said hello, that's it. But we can see that the neighbors, their willows, their salt cedars or whatever, that's what stopped a lot of the water. And we know that because then the neighbors next to them, theirs were flowing fine. So
It gets a bottleneck effect, is what it does. And I think what's happening with some of the bridges too, we brought that up about the bridges. See, when they go into putting a bridge, basically gotta go through the Corps of Engineers, right? You gotta get, and all that. Well, the way they kind of get around that stuff is you can put a bridge and you don't need the Corps of Engineers. Why? As long as you don't touch the water, right? So you put your abutments on both sides of your river, and you can put it as high as you want. You're not building an expansion bridge, and you're not building a bridge that's somebody actually engineered. Because now what they say is, well, I don't need the Corps of Engineers because here's the river. If this is the river, I'm putting my abutments on the dirt. I never touch the water. So I don't have to put it very high. I'll put it just level with the river. That kind of answers some of your questions.
But I would like for somebody to go and see what we're talking about. I mean, you're talking about going to see these people's houses out, and I would like for somebody to come out and see what we're talking about. It's something doable. I know my neighbor, it's on her property where those salt cedars and all those willows are and all that. And her husband just died like 3 months ago. I know that she can't, she's what, 80 years old? I know that she can't do it either, but we need somebody to do something. We've seen that patch of willows grow from when we moved there. There was really none to where it's long. It's long.
We got a bunch of folks that should weigh in, and I'll go quick. We've done a ton of surveillance, so even though we haven't been on the ground with you, the general just reminded me he's flown over and knows exactly many of the issues that you all are raising. 2, you have this group at Hello with non-native species that were used for flood control 400 years ago that have left unattended and are now a huge problem that are issues for us in every single waterway in the state. And I would also be fibbing if I told you that between the navigable waters issues, the environmental requirements, the private property aspects, that we can get it all fixed as quickly as we would like, it would be untrue. Where we're creating these problems, we have options. So 1, the general's already agreed to come over. So you guys arrange when that's gonna happen. 2, the Secretary of Environment's going to talk about what else we can do, and I know we might have some others, but you have us at Hello. That has to get addressed, and it's a huge problem, and we got to figure out how we survive productively for a decade of flooding, where we should be mitigating, and as prepared as we can. We're not going to get rain where we want rain, and we're going to get rain where we don't want rain. And so we got to do the right early preparation so that we're not continuing to harm the residents of the state. So those are 2 things we can commit to right away. And I do think we might need from DOT a bridge plan about where we're having flooding. because I don't know that we're paying enough attention to the work to get upstream, pardon the pun, about some of these connections and bridges and individuals trying to make sure that they've got access to their properties, but then that can create other problems. We probably ought to have a best practices, and I'm looking at OSC, and I'll get a team to start really doing that. Can you remind me to talk to Rebecca Roos? Because that's a very valid point, and we're just gonna create the same mistakes if we don't start thinking about it statewide, focusing on the areas that are being hit day after day after day and starting there. So that's helpful. And there's a lot of good people here, but the general's clear about what it takes to deal with these waterways and is a far better expert than I will ever be on what we do about that. Don't get in a helicopter with him, but that's my advice to you. It's not very nice.
We have about 8 years of this.
8 years?
It's not over. It's not over.
No, you have at least 8 years or a decade, but if we can mitigate that stuff, we'd like to.
It needs to be cleaned.
Okay. I think we can probably do that.
If you open it, what's gonna happen, it's gonna let it flow.
All right?
And right now, it's not flowing.
All right. Thank you for being here and waiting so long. Secretary.
Secretary to the Environment Department, and thank you. We actually, I like when you have a problem that we have a program for. That works really nicely. So before I tell you about the quick program, we have a 2-year watershed assessment going on in Ruidoso right now. So just so you know, we're out and about, and we're looking at stream banks, water management issues right now, and we'll be here for 2 years doing it. But the program I wanted to mention to you is something called our River Stewardship Program. It is designed to restore stream banks, remove native species. It's good not only for flood control, but it's good for the environment. It's good for aquifer recharge. Everything you pointed out is exactly why we have that program. What I'm gonna do, barring that I don't have a legislative bar on what I'm about to say, meaning the state law tells me I have to do something different, is I'm gonna ask my team to devote the next round of funding to emergency, or communities that have been in an emergency situation. I would like to come out to your house and see the stream myself, and I'll bring my team of folks with me. So let's continue that conversation and figure out how to get that money. A lot of environmental NGOs and consultants apply for this money because it can go to nonprofits and for-profits. So let's get them as added hands in restoring stream banks in Ruidoso. Okay? Yeah. What do you have for dinner? So yeah, I'll come down. We'll talk right after this.
I guess one of the things that I have is like, I retired from the DOT. I did 25 years with the DOT. So things that we did is like bridges. We had people that we were looking at bridges on a constant basis. That man, that's all he did. When's the last time that somebody walked the river,
Rivers all the way from Ruidoso all the way through Hondo and looked at our riverbanks? Probably never, right? How is people going down there and saying, you know what, you can't be doing these, you can't be putting bridges that don't make sense?
You better be careful, sir, because Mr. Maestas, I have a paid state job for you at DOT. This is a bit puny, but I do want people to know we're not doing as much as we used to do in a number of ways. It's fact. And it's not a blame game, but when the 2008 recession hit the country, New Mexico didn't really get impacted right away. By 2010, we were in real trouble, and the governor before me had zero resources, all right? And what states do, and that's not the first time our state has done that, so I'm not picking on that governor. Being a governor is a great job, but it's a hard job. There were no resources anywhere, and the only thing they do is they cut state government deeply. So that's no detention centers, that's no police officers, that's no firefighters, that's no one working at DOT, that's no one at Children, Youth, and Families. And I mean no one. there were 30 and 40% vacancy rates. And I know government can grow too big and then get a little selfish and not really meet the needs of the people, but it can be too small. And then we're not ready for emergencies, and we don't do anything proactive. We don't have folks that can do all the rivers and go everywhere. And then, just as we have some real money and real opportunity, God, we get we get a pandemic, we get huge fires. We had one, I think it was June, right at the, I'm gonna say 22, I had 115 fires all at once with the two giant fires in the north. In every county was affected in the state. And what the mayors will do, and they should, and they say, well, send the guard. There's no one left. There's no guard, there's no police, there's no one left. And we're begging other states. It was crazy. So this is where I think God has a sense of humor, saying what we can do about it. But we really are, so this is the pitch. We're hiring. We want people. We need people everywhere. If you're retired and you got a minute, you want to do part-time work, we want you. I'm not kidding. We're going to have about 8 years where we got to build up. We have to do it. I need the private sector to be ready. James is going to do that. He's going to hire more people. I need to be able to match it. Not quite, but you get the drill. Tell your community we're hiring. I don't want to take your workers away from you, Mayor, and from the county. But you know, we have to do this better together. New Mexico's economy is doing really well. But we're not going to feel it in the ways that we need to, none of us, unless enough people are in the right places. Enough in the private sector, enough in the public sector, enough at local government, enough planners, enough people who are proactive and not just responding to emergencies. So that is my big plug. You know people, you got sons and daughters who are getting ready to go to free college or get a trade or be plumbers or welders or work for the DOT. We want them. We need them. We should do exactly what Mr. Maestas says. We should be out there, out front, solving these things before they happen. But I'm going to need about 5,000, maybe 10,000. It's that many more bodies. And this will shock you. Government wouldn't be as big as it was more than a decade ago. We have fewer police today in the state of New Mexico than we did a decade ago. So I get that argument. I don't want my government to get too big, me either, because they drive me crazy, and vice versa. But we don't have enough people to do the work that saves lives. So I'm serious, Mr. Maestas. You be careful.
I'm Viescas.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. You know, even if we have somebody that could go out and look at these rivers and look at what needs to be cleaned up, you know, we still have the prison systems that'll come and do a lot of this. When I was with DOT, we built a lot of fence, and I had prisoners going out there, and they loved it. They wanted to be out there because they didn't want to be behind the prison. So they're free. So only thing we need is somebody to walk, 2 or 3 guys to walk the thing, say, hey, this is what we need to get it cleaned up. It's easy.
Thanks for your comments and thanks for your work with NMDOT. So you recall, and what we do still to this day is we're in charge of the bridge inspections across the state, right? System and off-system bridges, whether there are bridges or local bridges, and we can make the reports on this, on the conditions of the bridges public, and they're public, and we are paying a whole lot of attention to any bridges that we have in the state that are failing or not in good condition. And then we can tell you when, on a timeline, the okay bridges are not going to be okay, and the not so good bridges are going to be failing. And so we're paying attention to that, and we can even tell you how much that's going to cost. So to the governor's point, it's about resources and investment to say we've got to do the maintenance on a regular basis so that we don't lose bridges that are in fair condition to poor conditions, right? But there's a couple of things happening here, because as we're inspecting the bridges, there's got to be a partnership with other agencies, state engineer, with MNRD, that's saying we are then inspecting the flow of the rivers, right? And all of that is not, you know, a single agency's responsibility, but I think my colleague here made a point that we've got to work more closely together to say, if we identify that we are losing structural soundness on a bridge, and that it can be attributed to an increase or decrease in flow, likely a decrease in flow, how do we start to mitigate that further upstream? And so what we're doing now is working with the town because we're an emergency state. So the repairs that we're doing right now to all of the bridges in the town that need work is emergency repair work. But to be sure, when we move forward with permanent repairs, we're gonna need to consult with Army Corps of Engineers to get the proper permits to get in the channel and do them right. And ideally, FEMA will support work that is aimed at resiliency. We can't just restore them to what they were before. In fact, we came in and we're now working on bridges that are attached to a disaster that predates everybody on this stage, right? And so it's gotta be done right, it's gotta be done soon, because as we all transition out of here, it becomes something that somebody else was supposed to do. So we appreciate your comments. I believe that as we address the work outside of just emergency repairs, we can start to build the capacity that we know is gonna exist as a result of the fires.
Thank you, Secretary, and thank you, sir, and ma'am, for the questions. Great. I think we have a couple more folks. Am I right or wrong? Jody, do you have another question back there? No? Gina, is there any questions on the right? Okay. Madam Governor, I invite you to close us out for this incredibly engaging town hall. Thank you very much.
I'll be quick because I know people are tired, but I am grateful that you came today. And I'm grateful that you've supported each other as a community during these really tough situations. And we hope you feel like we understand how hard it's been. And that our job is to make it less hard and more meaningful in rebuilding. And I hope it's also come across that we care about Ruidoso and Lincoln County and Ruidoso Downs and the people who live here, who built this community, made it their homes, raise their families here. We don't want to lose that. This is a special place. And there isn't a New Mexican anywhere in the state that doesn't know how special this community is. And I know I'm really long-winded. It's how I get to figure out what we can do better. And so your patience with me is really appreciated. And the fact that you understood that I was incredibly late, I also really appreciate it. It's a big state. But I just want to end with this. We are really grateful to you. This is an easier place, believe it or not, to do incredible work because we have such support by the community at large. And I do want to say it one more time. The cabinet's been here a ton, and they should be. They work for you, and they'll keep coming. And I do want to thank the folks in local government. They have been remarkable, and I don't want to under represent how hard they also fight. And I was kidding, but not really, that they have my phone number and the generals and everybody else up here, and they will call. I don't care when it is, and they should. That's their job, and we should answer. And I appreciate that they know that they serve this community and that there's no question or no ask too big or too small to make a difference in the lives of the people who are still suffering, given all the incredible losses over not just the last couple of years, but frankly, many years. Thank you for your resilience and your strength and for giving us an opportunity to do better in this community and do better in other communities across the state. We're grateful to you. Thank you very much. Be safe on your travels home.